Mazizuze usindiso amadolo kwelilizwe makakobe phambi kwakho zide zithi zonke ilwimi ziluxela udumo lwakho. Bona izwe lakho wethu uxolele izono ungayithobi ingqumbo yakho luze lufusapho lwakho. Bona izwe lakho wethu
Good morning. Let us be seated for a minute. The scripture reading today is from the Romans chapter 13, verse 11. And that verse reads, "And that knowing the time, that now it is high time to wake out of sleep. For now is our salvation nearer than we believed." There ends our scripture reading today. May the good Lord, bless the reading of his word. Amen. This verse reminds me of a wonderful story of Rip van Winkle. Rip van Winkle slept for 20 years. And when he woke up, on his side, he looked around and did not find his favorite dog that he slept with. When he looked around, he did not find his rifle. He was carrying a rifle, he was hunting in the mountains. And his beard was from here to there. Very, very, very long beard. And his hair was from here to there. When he got to the village, he was completely lost because the signage that he read did not have the signage that was there 20 years ago. Things had changed. While he was busy snoring on the mountain foot, the world was changing, and Rip van Winkle was asleep. While he was busy dreaming about whatever dream he was dreaming about, the world was changing over his head, but Rip van Winkle was asleep. This verse reminds me of an institution and a society that sleeps when things are happening around. This verse reminds us our responsibility as a society. People say education is a societal matter. When we keep silent about societal issues, we are busy snoring like Rip van Winkle. When technology changes and we are not part of that change, we're sleeping like Rip van Winkle. Today we talk about 4IR and 5IR. But if we do not change with society, the society will change us. Ladies and gentlemen, let's bow our heads and thank the Lord for this day. Dear Lord, you love us. You have never failed us. We've always failed you. We invite you to abide with us during this hour when we begin this illustrious day of yours. We abide with us and be instrumental in our resolutions. This is the day that you set for us so that we shine, so that we don't sleep like Rip van Winkle, who slept for 20 years when he was supposed to be engineering changes in his society. We don't want to be left behind when the whole world is moving fast. The speakers yesterday painted a picture of a world that is going so fast that if we do not stand up and wake up during the right time, we'll be left unwanted by this world, because Rip van Winkle was rejected by everybody. Everybody who was looking at him was running away. If we want to be like Rip van Winkle, let us embrace you so that this world and the power of your salvation is upon us. We ask this in the wonderful name of Jesus Christ, who told us how to sing when he said, "Our Father who art in heaven, hallowed be thy kingdom come, thy will be done on earth as it is in heaven. Give us this day our daily bread, and forgive us our trespasses as we forgive those who trespass against us, and lead us not into temptation, but deliver us from evil. For thine is thy kingdom, thy power, and the glory forever and ever. Amen. Amen. Enkosi kakhulu, ngiyalibuka.
Let's thank you, Mr. Fumba, for the word of prayer. It was indeed a good and a better way to start the day. Ladies and gentlemen, I am Kayala Ake, that's my first name. Mulawa is my surname. Being given a responsibility to steer today's program. They wanted me to drive it, but I decided to steer it, for I know that I'm a reckless driver. And I hope that in steering it, I will do better than driving it. May I then first request those people who are at the far back to move up front? Today, even if there are questions that are going to be asked, they are not going to be very tough. So people may come closer so that those who will be joining us late can occupy the seats at the back. May I humbly request that we do that, ladies and gentlemen? You must not allow a free space in front of you. That's the simple technique that you must apply. Don't allow a free space in front of you. As we are trying to relocate, ladies and gentlemen, let me greet our MEC and HOD in absentia. Greet the DDGs in our presence, Mr. Chwakadi and Madam Ngingwana. Greet all the chief directors, school principals, teachers, and learners who are in our midst. Let me also extend my greetings to our social partners who are in attendance, the teacher unions, the SGB associations, and everyone else. And lastly, but not least, let me greet our partners in the Department of Education, those who saw a need to work with us in trying to deliver the basic quality education to our communities. I greet you all in the wonderful name of my Lord and Savior, Jesus Christ. Amen. We are on day 2 of the summit, and those who were here yesterday, I think they had all the reasons to wake up this morning and want to be here with us. Yesterday's program was an eye-opener. It was a means of teasing our minds to steer our thinking with regards to technology to the right direction. And it is a pity that not everybody was here to hear it from other people. So we are then continuing, ladies and gentlemen, with our program. But it is worth noting that yesterday was just a very, very fruitful day in terms of the engagements, in terms of discussions. Hence, I want to believe that we are all now sharpened, and those who were so fearful to touch a button on their computers, but I know that at the moment those people are very much eager now to have a laptop on their laps and start navigating. It is very good that we decided to have this summit as the province at this time of the year. To most of us, this is a very, very crucial time when our young people, those who are in grade 12, are sitting for their preparatory examinations. And in our schools, all panic buttons are pressed. People working towards completion of the curriculum. I want to say curriculum, not content. I'm deliberately using that broader term. And from what we have heard, some of the information that we are getting from this summit is the information that we must not hesitate to go and use during this period of the year, where we may employ the strategy in trying to drive our revision in various subjects. So I believe that everybody who is here has got a reason to be here. And as we are going to be listening to today's discussions, speeches, and presentations, we'll try and establish some synergy from what we heard yesterday and what we're going to hear today. And indeed, it is still the same summit. So I'm hoping that today's presenters will do likewise or even do better than yesterday's presenters. Firstly, in terms of time management, and also in terms of presenting all what they want us to hear, all what will be of importance to us, so that when we are leaving this summit, we'll emerge as a better people than the people who entered this venue. So I am welcoming everybody in today's program, and it is my humble plea that let's all participate. I know there are various ways of participating. Sometimes we participate by keeping silent, and sometimes we participate by contributing in the discussion on the table. I will invite us all colleagues to say something that will assist us here. When the time for asking questions come, may I humbly appeal to yourselves that let's please ask questions that will assist us to understand the presentation better, because I know this is a very, very interesting summit, that of e-learning, and we all have got something to contribute. But sometimes people fall into a temptation that when they are given a chance to ask questions, they do their own presentations. Please, let's avoid that. We are going to have another, I understand this is the 5th summit, we are still going to have the 6th one. Maybe in the 6th one we'll be given a chance to make a presentation. So for the purposes of progress, and also not to dilute what has been presented, let's just focus on that particular presentation and avoid the temptation of wanting to show us that if it was given to me, this is how I was going to present it. I'm saying this knowing very well that people who are in front of me here are all brilliant, they are all eloquent, and they would really like to share something with us, but unfortunately time is our enemy. Please be welcomed. We're having here as our first item on the agenda the messages of support by our teacher unions. On the program in front of me, we're having Miss Paula Boja, who will be representing NAPTOSA. And after her, it will be Miss Gwen Mvula, who will be representing SATU. May we then, colleagues, usher them with a big round of applause as they ascend the podium.
Thank you, Program Director. The DDG is out. Good morning to him in absentia, and good morning to the senior management of the Department of Education, the officials, the partners that are here. We respect those people. All the guests that are here, I see teachers from schools, I see beautiful learners. Good morning, everyone. Mr. Mlau, thank you for this opportunity. I stand here on behalf of the Naptosa family, the teachers out there. It is such an opportunity to put a stamp and say we want to appreciate the work that is being done by all of us. All of us are contributing to the strides that we are noting. Starting from the work that was done on Monday, when a broadcasting center was launched, we want to say the Eastern Cape community is hearing a whispering voice. If you remember that advert that said, "Ngambaza sabelo sesiza kufika ekhaya," that is what we are hearing as the Eastern Cape. Be patient, Sabelo. Keep walking. We are not far from home. So this is what we are doing. If we look back, Ms. Kota, you nearly died when they said, go and do the work there than here. But look at yourself now. You are flying, and we are so proud. I want to say bravo for the state-of-the-art broadcasting center. All the learners of the Eastern Cape are gonna benefit from the work there. We would love to see that opportunity utilized in a manner that will be quality rather than quantity. Our Naptosa Eastern Cape Conference theme this year says a culturally relevant pedagogy in the digital world. And this summit is answering exactly to that. And we want to keep on being part of the work that the Department of Education is engaging on. It has not been easy from the beginning. It is not easy now. It is not gonna be easy in the future also. But Ngambaza Sabelo, sesawufika ekhaya. We know who we are as South Africa. We know who we are as the Eastern Cape, and we know who we are as the different districts, the different CMCs, the different circuits, the different schools. And as a manager in this room, you know who you are. You know who the staff in your school is. And please, let's take care of who we are and who we are working with. Everyone is important. But let us say the teaching fraternity is under attack. And it is the responsibility of every member of society to see to it that we give support to the teachers, to the parents, and to the learners out there. A teacher that is maybe 60 years old, still in the field, needs to be appreciated like he was appreciated in the 1980s. Akho mntu urusayo, because that teacher remains an asset as he is. This young teacher who is digitally wise needs to be appreciated as he is. Now, if we talk the wellness state of the teachers, the most vulnerable are the young ones, and we need to open our eyes. If we talk e-learning, let us not isolate e-learning. E-learning is in the learning. And if we're saying reading is in a crisis in the country, we can't isolate e-learning from the reading projects that are there. If we talk science, maths, technology, this is all in one basket. And it therefore says all of us should roll up our sleeves and be in the field. I am so happy that, is DBE still here? Yes. Still here? Yeah. Oh, thank you so very much. The TUC project, say, is gaining momentum. The teacher unions that you said should complement the work of the Department of Education, it is getting strength in the Eastern Cape. The senior officials are right on our side when it comes to it. Yes, here and there, we are having challenges because some people look at unions and see politics. That is not the case. Teacher development is the baby of teacher unions. If you see unions and see people who complain and this, you are left behind. We are here now to complement the work of the Department of Education, and we are very strong in that area. For this e-learning summit, we want to say, hooray, bravo to the personnel that worked so tirelessly, didn't sleep preparing for this. I know that it is not this project only, but it is the broader work that they are doing. So as NAPTOSA, we are saying we are working with you and we are gonna get there together. Thank you very much. Were you intimidating me?
Not yet.
The union?
Ladies and gentlemen, I just received a telegram that SATU rep is on the way. They have been delayed in one meeting that they had this morning, so I'm told. So we'll see how to feature them in when they come. Now we're moving to the item, panel discussions on policy makers. I will call the participants to ascend the stage. Mr. Tlhabane, Mr. Nzube, to gain any weight, but nobody loses a land or the presentation. Mr. Mohorosi? Bandone. Okay. We don't have Mr. Mohorosi and Mr. Walker is not coming. Okay. Okay. No, so I've got three panelists. And lastly, may we usher the moderator on stage. You are the moderator. Oh, yes. So I'm late. Okay, so we've got only two panelists and the moderator. Let me hand it over to you. So we are having about 20 minutes.
Okay, great. We have some microphones.
Can we have the roving mic? A roving mic, please. Oh, there it is.
Thank you. Thank you. I'm very distinguished to be with these two gentlemen here who've made a great contribution towards IT and e-learning nationally and in the province. Mr. Tlhapane, I want to start with you in terms of how you see policy. We've been talking a lot in the last 24 hours about outcome-based educational technology, and I think a lot has been done in national and provincial governments to deploy something in terms of e-learning, but I think we're really refining that to look at, well, what are the outcomes and the impacts? How do you see our current policy or maybe future policy aligning to outcome-based, and how do we measure outcomes then out of these e-learning deployments?
No, thank you very much, and good morning to all the delegates, and let me once more congratulate the Eastern Cape Department of Education for putting up this very timely and important summit. I think you'd agree with me that policy by its design must communicate what needs to happen, what needs to be done, and that it provides that the frame within which the outcomes are defined and the outputs are defined, and the necessary resources that will make the policy itself implementable. In the South African context, where particularly within the e-learning space or the use of technology in education, there's such a wide disparity from one community to the other, from one province to the other. Policy must then seek to bridge that gap in providing the necessary guidance to all provinces on what needs to happen, particularly in relation to this summit here within the space of e-learning. The policy must define the type of technologies that must be deployed, and considering how fast technology is evolving, have this in mind when it spells out what needs to happen, because if a policy is not forward-looking, it runs the risk of being outdated, particularly very fast in the times that we find ourselves in. That change in society is not as slow as it used to be. What was relevant 2 years ago, 3 years ago, is irrelevant today. To the type of training that teachers must receive, that must forever make them relevant. Like we heard in the message of support from our union that all teachers are relevant and all teachers must be relevant, regardless of their age. Including those who are about to exit, that those who develop the technologies must have the users in mind, and to ensure that the users will be enabled to use the technologies that must support teaching and learning as a resource. And the center being the curriculum itself, what must be taught, the technologies being the resource, and the technologies not replacing the teacher but supporting the efforts of the teacher. So policy must make choices in terms of the technologies that must be deployed in such a way that it would encompass what we'd call low-end technologies to high-end technologies. No, the low-end technologies that do not require internet, for instance, to use, but they can still contribute, that we must accommodate that. And on the other end of the spectrum, policy must speak to how we are going to deal with the high-end technologies that requires internet and fast-paced technologies, without creating a divide between those who will unfortunately use the low-end technology that would include the radio, broadcasting. We heard that the province has just launched the broadcasting studio, which is going to be a very powerful tool that can be used to support the achievement of the learning outcomes, as you were referring to. But these things must not be used to lock into boxes our various communities, that there are those who will benefit only from radio broadcast, and there are those who are going to have computers in their schools, smart boards, and the other school just having a small box called a radio, and then we call that a digital transformation. Policy must address this type of disparities. So it is very important that policy must talk to issues of how content will be curated, how it will be distributed, how it will be accessed, how we should make it affordable for everybody to access this content, including putting in place measures for zero rating of these policies and putting some of these things as obligations on our telcos to ensure that they make space available. We have sufficient spectrum in this country, but unfortunately it's not everybody who is accessing it. And government needs to make this spectrum available as well to the telcos at affordable cost as well, because telcos are business, and that we cannot take away from them the propensity to make money, because they're business. You can't be in business and not want to make money. So because they are business, there will always be a need to make money, but the need to make money must not be the reason why citizens are excluded from digital advancement. So policy must address this type of issues to ensure that where necessary, educational content and platforms are zero rated, to ensure that both teachers and learners and parents are able to access these digital technologies. It's important that from policy point of view, policy pronouncements must be followed by budgets. Because if you've got policy and plans, but they are not followed by budgets, then it is just a pipe dream. It will not happen. Thank you very much.
Thank you for that. And just as it was very profound comments. I think just as a follow-up on that, I mean, I think that there was a bit of a missed opportunity during COVID. You know, we had a moment in our history where hopefully we'll never have again. But the missed opportunity was that we didn't really get educational technology right for those that it would have really mattered, and that continuity of learning should have continued. You know, we say what policy must or should do. Do you think policy is actually there so that whether it's a crisis or whether we even accept, you know, we're in an educational crisis and need this educational support, and that's what EdTech is, it's to support. Do you really believe that policy right now today is as forward-thinking as you're sort of speaking about now?
I think one thing that we need to acknowledge is that COVID caught us with our pants down. And not only South Africa, but the entire world. When we are pushed into exploring technological ways of ensuring education continuity, it is not only South Africa that suffered, the entire world suffered. That is the first thing. The second thing is that technology, as powerful as it is, it should also be considered that human beings are social beings, and that technology in its use, if it is used to separate people, people will always fall back on crying on to meeting. Look at this beautiful summit here, which is a technological initiative. Why was there a need for us to converge here when it could have been conducted virtually to demonstrate the theme of technology? It's because we are social beings. Even if we speak technology, there will always be a need for us to come together. Now, the technology during COVID and even moving forward must not be perceived as something that will bring comfort to people working in separate spaces. Technology must be used in such a way that it will both accommodate remote way of interaction as well as using technology in common spaces, where a teacher is having learners with gadgets inside of the classrooms and then guiding them. So I don't think policy must be perceived as a mechanism that will ensure that people will work in separate spaces, but instead that it would embrace both modalities. Where needed, people will work remotely. I just come out of a meeting here now, just before this meeting, with somebody who's running to catch a plane, a colleague who's running to catch a plane and has logged in, and somebody who is in office, somebody who is at home attending to a personal crisis, but they managed to find time to log in. That is the beauty of technology, that it can close those type of gaps. But that is not what technology in its entirety is intended to do. But there are those benefits that technology is going to bring. Policy should not seek to separate people, but should seek to bring these advancements into the classroom as the classroom transforms from what the classroom used to look like 20 years ago or even 40 years ago to a modern day classroom where teachers can push content into the hands of learners, and learners don't have to wait for a teacher the following day to ask them a question. They can actually get into YouTube and ask a question, and that there are hundreds of thousands of teachers who are readily available on YouTube to deliver a lesson on quadratic equations. If a child had questions on acids and bases, they can actually log in without having to wait for a teacher the following morning, the way you and I did. That the 21st century learner has information instantly available, and that is the power of technology. Moving forward, yes, future pandemics must find us better ready. That we must not find ourselves the way that we were before COVID. And I think the researchers and technology companies that are here have consumed themselves with that, readying the nations for the next crisis, that we must not find ourselves. And I think we would understand that huge monies are invested in R&D by companies that are here. When you and I are continuing with our day-to-day business, there are people who day and night are trying to find solutions. And what the Eastern Cape Department of Education has done in bringing all these minds into one room, it's extremely commendable. So that we must be educated on what is there, what is available. I attended one breakaway session yesterday where developers of various platforms were informing us about platforms that are there, that are available to teachers, to learners, and that the department must be aware of this. And a lot of them are actually available for free. So there's a lot of work that is being done to ensure that the next pandemic finds us ready. What government needs to do is to put and develop policies that will enable these key players space for them to do their work. And yes, there's still a lot of work to be done by government from policy point of view, but there is progress.
I'm so glad to hear that. I'm glad to hear that. Actually, now then coming on to the Eastern Cape, because I think you have a very unique proposition and challenge here, and that is that unlike some of the other provinces that have concentrated their EdTech deployments in urban areas, you've got to be able to democratize the access of educational technology across a vast space. And so maybe how do you see policy, and an enablement environment is obviously key to that. But how do we do that and still keep the learner, so we don't just get into a tick boxing exercise of deploying infrastructure and devices, but actually see it as enablement of learning, given that you are actually looking at such a logistical challenge as well?
Okay, thank you for that question. Good morning, everyone. Just to maybe come in the space of policy as pertaining to the Eastern Cape. I think generally the Eastern Cape, as you have mentioned very well, that we are a very vast province. Vast as we may be, we are also a very with so many disparities in terms of our communities. We've got rural districts, we've got urban districts, we've got townships, we've got villages. So I think basically just generally putting policy that would come into satisfy the Eastern Cape paradigm would mean that we need to be very creative in terms of understanding our landscape, first of all. Coming to that, policies that developed centrally for e-learning probably would be then at the national level. But be that as it may, the Eastern Cape needs to understand that we need to develop our own guidelines and understand that we are then to implement these policies in these challenged situations where it comes to our background in rural environments. So in our province, what we generally would be looking at doing would be that, first of all, to study, which is exactly what we're doing, which is the reason why we've called everyone onto this room, from different spheres, from different areas of technological inputs, to give us clear ideas in terms of what we are to look forward to. Because it doesn't help for us to go in and implement e-learning willy-nilly, because we saw one province do it and succeeding in the one area, and then the other province do it and succeeding in certain area. First of all, we are challenged with budget. That is the general understanding, and that is exactly what we are faced with. And we are not a province with billions in our disposal. So the first thing we need to look into is how do we scale our implementation so that it fits our budget. And also, doing that, we need to be able to understand that the community that we are reaching out to is in different disparities. So the first area that we want to look at when we now start looking at guidelines and standards to implement these policies would be provision of connectivity, because connectivity forms the basic fundamental for enabling e-learning. So we do have areas that can easily receive connectivity. For instance, we've got a broadband rollout that we are actually busy with now, but we do have areas that we know that we will not be able to reach when it comes to broadband connectivity, not anytime soon. So we want to be able to guide our implementation so that we are able to have different solutions for different areas of reach. Again, implementing policy, we need to also be able to say, we want to be able to cater for the offline kind of environment. You may have connectivity in a certain area, but in areas where you have intermittent connectivity, what do you do then when you don't have a connectivity at that specific point? I mean, that is where we've started even introducing that concept of C3 servers, if you want to come into the technological space, where you now are able to say once you have connectivity, you load content onto that server, and that server then serves as your hub for content for that specific school, and you are able to connect there. That's an offline content generation or content dispensation method that we've actually started investing into. When it comes to being able to access learners and also be able to scale our environment, when you look at solutions, you want a solution that's going to be lightweight in terms of bandwidth, because we also don't have big, large bandwidth to cater for big downloads of data and whatnot. So we want an environment that's going to be very light scale and then be able to accommodate the challenges that we have when it comes to that connectivity. Just on the very last one, when it comes to ensuring now that we don't just dispense of technology and then it's unusable on the other end, what we also want to focus on is supporting these schools, because we don't want to just deploy technology and then on the other end there is no one there that has got technological understanding to take these people or these learners or even the educators that are in those schools through the change management and support so that they can be able to continuously use the technology and successfully so and profitably so for the department. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Look, just before we wrap up, just on a final note, I think the difference between this summit and many that I've been to and spoken at is just the degree of private and public relationship that's being celebrated here, and I think it's really important because I think that hand in hand, private sector and public sector must work together to achieve some of these. How do you see that in an innovative space? So you've just mentioned a scenario which we're solving for, which a lot of companies are solving for in that offline space. But how do you think that we can bring public and private partnership together? The PPP process is not easy from a procurement point of view, but how can we bring public and private partnership together to the same table a bit better?
Thank you so much. I think mainly just within the province, I think our MEC and our HOD have really led by example in that space, where we've really emphasized on creation of these relationships with public-private partnerships. So in our implementation and our going forward working with private partnerships within the department, our main goal is so that everyone understands that as much as public entities and private entities, mostly private entities, are there to create business for themselves. But we also understand that we are all about the learner, and these are all our children. Whether you're running a private company and you are in the public space, we are all about getting the best for the learner. So trying to merge or maybe just neutralize these connections between the private and public partnerships. We want to be able to say, as the department, this is the offering we expect from private companies, and they also come and meet us halfway as a department. Yes, in areas where they can gain business, we will be able to assist them, but they also need to reach out and assist the department, because we are of a province that really does need that kind of intervention. So that's why we've decided as a province to bring them closer so that we could work with the private companies and be able to achieve together instead of...
I agree, and I think it's our responsibility to step up as well and support government more with their efforts. Thank you very much, and thank you to our panelists today. Thank you so much, sirs.
Thank you very much, Doc, and your panelists. Ladies and gentlemen, let's acknowledge the presence of Nehao in our summit. Nehao has just joined us. And I must tell you that there is a bit of of a conflict between myself and the host. I've been given a program, and now they are finding reasons to add more people. Ibona ke mos ikhaya xa program director manu ucela likhaya kuthiwa hayi khona lo dabs osuke eKapa ngafa uba ngaba ngajeke ngathethanga. Ndikuloo ngxaki apha but ndidisade uba vele ndibe nenkani qha ndingavumeli izithethe ezinye zakongezwa ngaphandle kwezi esendizamkele. We are going to give the association for SGBs, Mama Pund is around and she is rushing somewhere. So we're going to give him, her, together with Mr. De Villiers to share a 5-minute slot. And after that, we'll give USATU and SAOU, State Africans, on the Revesa INI, another 5 minutes to share. And after that, Mamukota, I take no additional speakers now. Ebona ipower kayingomwangalala. Xa unika ipower ndiyisebenzisa. Funeka nivanele nimcenge uDabs osuke eKapa hayi makaxole. Uyawuthetha kwitshilo litye. May we, colleagues, usher Umama Pundu and Mr. De Villiers on stage to share their 5 minutes.
Sorry. Let me thank for this opportunity that you bring us as the association who are deeply support the Department of Education. Let me greet to all departmental officials, the 5th annual e-learning organizers, the educators, members of faith in God who are present here, the learners, private sectors, and our social partners. I greet you all in the wonderful name of Jesus Christ. Amen. I've got just few words that I'm gonna share for message of support from the parents, actually in NASGB, National Association of School Governing Bodies. In today's rapidly evolvement world, the integration of technology into basic education is not just a trend, it is a necessity. Thank you. It is a necessity. The use of technology in the classroom has the potential to transform the educational experience, making learning more accessible. engaging and effective for the learners everywhere. We as NASGB Eastern Cape, we really appreciate the great work done by the MEC and also his collaborative approach by including all key stakeholders on ensuring the positive theme response, thus empowering the future of education through technology. We believe such collaborative initiative and technological digital initiative will provide potential benefit to success pass rate to all our schools. This include, not limited, enhance access to resources. Number two, interactive and engagement learning experiences, collaboration and communication, preparedness for the future, personalized learning and student-catered approach. In conclusion, let us continue to support to use of technology in our school classrooms, ensuring that our learners are empowered with the knowledge, skills they need to thrive in an ever-changing world. Indeed, through this connectivity that the department is doing to our schools, we have been experienced from the rural areas that the connectivity that has been stalled, like for instance, at the end of the year last year, up until today, it's not working in the schools of Ntabazijongene, Junior Secondary in Matatiela. We also wish when the connectivity has been done to the school, the department must follow and to check whether is it work properly, not just to be connected and no one is monitoring that. Because the experience that we are experiencing is that for those who are connecting this digital connectivity, they just connect and leave the school. The principal is struggling to look what can I do to make a call and to say, I've got this problem. From this school, it just uses only the electricity. It's not working. As a result, the school decided to must take it out. Other schools, it is working in the block of management, but in the classes, it's not working. Can we please and have a plea to the, to the department, must rapidly engage so that those learners must not left behind. Andivalayo, ndiza kuthi njengomuntu ongumama, inyanga yomama. Mazenethole kumphathiswa kuDlamini osenesakhono sokuyithatha imfundo kulo Mzantsi Afrika okanye kule Eastern Cape ebonakalisa ukubana izilali ayijongelanga ntweni DBE as if iya exista. Sibulela sina SGB that indlela enza ngayo izinto nokuhosta this e-learning siyayibulela sithi mazenethole together with his management. Ngalo mazwi siyabulela inkosi.
Good morning, everybody. I'm Pierre de Villiers. I'm the Provincial Manager of FETSAS in the Eastern Cape. We are the Federation of South African School Governing Bodies, and it's my privilege to extend a word of support to the summit. First of all, Mrs. Kota Lutu, I must say I'm jealous this morning standing over here. For many years, me, you, Mrs. Bula, Nsiki sitting over there with the support of Mr. Kavuma, we worked tirelessly to get e-learning where it is today. And you are the champion of e-learning in this province, and I'm very proud of what you achieved. On behalf of FETSAS, it is a great honor to extend our full support for the e-learning summit. As an organization committed to advancing quality education and promoting excellence in school governance, we recognize the pivotal role that technology plays in shaping the future of learning. And one thing that we must remember, that no policy in a school, except specific curriculum policies, what's happening in a class, can be established without signing off by the governing body of the school. So the governing bodies of a school will play a pivotal role to establish e-learning ICT policies in a school. E-learning is not just a tool, it's an essential component of modern education that bridges gaps, fosters inclusivity, and empowers both learners and educators to reach new heights. In a world that is rapidly evolving, the integration of digital platforms and resources into our classrooms is key to preparing our learners for the demands of the future. We commend the organizers of this summit for creating a space where thought leaders, educators, and policymakers can come together to share insights, challenges, and innovative solutions in the e-learning landscape. This collaborative effort will undoubtedly inspire progress and contribute to a brighter, more equitable future in education in South Africa. At FETSAS, we are committed to supporting schools and governing bodies as they navigate the complexities of the digital age. We believe in the power of e-learning to enhance the quality of education and are eager to continue working alongside schools and stakeholders in making this vision a reality. At FETSAS, we created the Center of Technology under the leadership of Mr. Rian van der Berg so that we can assist our HDBs to take the correct decisions when looking at improving e-learning technology at their school. We wish this summit every success and look forward to the innovative ideas and actionable solutions that will emerge from these important discussions. I thank you.
Thank you. These are the governors of our schools. Can we be serious in showering them with a big round of applause? Now we're giving SAOU and SAT to the podium to share their 5 minutes. And as they ascend the podium, I need to indicate, colleagues, that this is an international summit. Some of the people who are participating here are having flights to catch, so we can't delay them. So, additional to the fact that I did not take my treatment, hence I'm panicking, but that is another reason that you must understand that there are people who are rushing somewhere. Otherwise, if it were not because of them, I would allow this summit to go up until 8 p.m. this evening. But because of that, please bear with me, colleagues, we have to cut short on time. Okay, we don't have SATU and SOU. Oh, but then okay, sure.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Apologies, man. Problem yam ndingutishara. So I take things ngokubaluleka kwazo. So I was at school. Then I was summoned by my bosses to come and say, South African Democratic Teachers Union, welcome this initiative. We welcome it because each and every human being in the world is trending towards e-learning. Mhlawumbi ke Tarei, we will be safe even in our schools when we say subject advisors. If they want files, we open laptops because that is the trend and that is our life currently. No more files. Maybe also teachers will welcome and have a better way of using cell phones of learners in the school. Unlike what we are doing now, Mr. MT, where we take cell phones zabantwana sizigcine kwi-drawers ekhabhathi zethu. Because of this program, we will have a better way of utilizing and make them as resources. How better they make life easy. I noted one of our young educators at my school told me that no, there's no need for dictionaries. If learners do have a cell phone, everything is there. Even in our rural areas, there's no need to say we do not have libraries, we do not have laboratories, we do not have any place where we have to conduct research. The research is in their pockets. That's why then South African Democratic Teachers Union say, keep on keeping on, doing well. Let's face our future with confidence. You present that amandla. Enkosi imhlali ngaphandle.
So uchiro bamandla mhlaka qhabe kushoda nje bukhwasi. People from around East London, I identify them by calling DDG Tarei inqondo noba ngowalapha ke lo. Colleagues who are progressing. I didn't want Mama Ngingwane to introduce you as CFO, Chief Financial Officer, because of these 7 ports. People may ask you many questions about these ports. And we're nearing September. Now I heard that one port is going to be opened. Maybe I will say for during Tianga's pendulous questions are 7 ports. Colleagues, we're getting to the next speaker on the agenda, Mr. Butler. He will be talking on that theme, which is written just under his name, Navigating Change, which is aligned with our theme. Is Mr. Butler in the house? Thank you very much. May we usher him on stage, colleagues?
Thank you, sir. Thank you very much. Okay, 20 minutes.
Yes.
My time starts now. Ladies and gentlemen, I think that protocol has been observed, and so I feel at least at the liberty just to extend a word of gratitude to the organizers for what has been a very good day yesterday and what I'm sure will be an exceptional day today. Instead of introducing myself and going into detail about who I am, I thought that I would just say that I'm a principal of a school and that I'm a teacher of 30 years and that I have education in my blood. And so that's enough of that. It might be of interest to some that I am the national president of the South African Principals Association, SAPA, and that I've just returned from Mombasa, where we gathered together as the International Confederation of Principals to discuss this very same topic with 22 different countries, and how proud I was to be able to say to them there that I was coming back to the Eastern Cape, to my home ground, to the soil on which I was born, to discuss the same thing, because the Eastern Cape is progressive and leading. And so thank you for all of that. Let me tell you a story about myself. When I was small, I didn't have a computer. We didn't grow up with technology. We grew up with bicycles, and we played in the street. And when we rode those bicycles, we often made ramps. And I don't know if you ever made a ramp for a bicycle, but there is some technical know-how that you need before you build one. Perhaps you've seen the sigmoid curve. Has anyone seen the sigmoid curve before? It is a graph that over time and change predicts that over time, change, or we will accelerate, and we will reach what we think is some form of peak performance, and then we will go into decline. And we will always go into decline if we fail to see that there's an inflection point, some point along the path, particularly best met just before the summit of that graph, where we need to change direction. And I believe that in education, we are at that point now. I didn't know that when I was a boy. And so I missed the inflection curve as I ramped over a homemade ramp, and the whole world changed for me. I ended up on my face about 3 or 4 meters down my beautiful sigmoid curve. And I think that's what will happen if we don't manage change carefully. Because my dad came, because we lived just down the street, to check if I was alive, because my friends said I was dead. And nice news for a parent. But I was actually just unconscious. And so the reason I was unconscious is because in those days there were no safety nets and no helmets. And so my dad's advice to me was, when he looked at me and woke me up with a glass of sugar water, and when he looked at the ramp, he was, "What were you thinking?" And I said, "Well, I was thinking I would ramp right to here and land on my wheels." And he said, "Your curve is wrong." And together we adjusted the curve. That's parenting in the 80s. Parenting now doesn't happen that way. We adjusted the ramp and I tried it again. And you know what? We just shaved the top of it, changed the direction of the top, and I landed where I should. And I hope that in some way this summit is part of doing that. Looking at how we manage change so that we don't end up on our faces. And so some of what I have to offer you today, in fact all that I have to offer you today, is the experience that our school went through to get to where we are now. And now, I have lots of confessions to make, none of which I'm going to make now because they sound like excuses, but I do want to tell you that we spent an enormous amount of money to get where we are now. Just thought that I would throw it out there so that you don't have to say it under your breath to the person next to you. Let's have a look at this picture first. I don't know what technology means to everyone in the room. You all seem very confident, and that makes me nervous because it is changing the world as you know it. And we really need to know that, like the dinosaurs before us, some massive event happened that changed everything. This is that event. And for us at school, COVID was that event, in fact. And so what happened was, when we got to COVID, we had to ask ourselves a lot of questions. What are we going to do? How are we going to respond? I mean, what do we have in place that will help us? Because we had nothing. Nothing at all. And so I thought that I would dial you back to go. The people who had to make these decisions, the people who have to ask these questions. In fact, if I'm completely critical, the people sitting in the room today are digital dinosaurs. No offense. Not all of you. Not all of you. But most of the school leaders that I know, most of the principals that I interact with are digital dinosaurs. I watch them hammering away at their cell phones with one finger. I watch them open their computers. I watch them look at how to download something, and for many schools in fact, the people leading, managing change are not from the era in which all of this is becoming familiar. That's what I grew up with. My friend down the road, his name was Larry, such an unfortunate name. But Larry, we loved him. That was Larry's Commodore 64. It was the best thing we'd ever seen, but that's all we had. It had 64K of memory. A Raspberry Pi has more memory than that. A Raspberry Pi, in fact, has more functionality than that. But we thought that was fantastic, and the programs came on tapes or in magazines we bought from the airport and typed code into. But that's all we had. And so at school, I was at school in the 80s, they came out with this transformational stuff on a BBC Acorn computer called Logo. And we did Logo, we walked that turtle around. Anyone in the room belonged to that generation that you may have done. Yeah, there are some. Fantastic, I'm not alone. They told us that that was the future. I couldn't understand then how that could possibly be the future, but that was the future. That's all we had. And so it is that person that I am that was asked to make some hard decisions when school closed for COVID. Now, never miss the opportunity that a crisis presents. And I heard that said before. COVID was a crisis, and we're in a crisis, and crisis is good, because at least out of crisis, you can start making some hard decisions, and so that's what we did. Now, I have heard Google present last evening, and there's lots of talk about the fact that if you are going to go online, you have to have some form of system, and we chose Moodle. Now, the Department of Education has chosen Moodle, and they're doing a lot of work around it, and so we're very filled with confidence that this LMS, this learning management system that we used, is the way of the future. It definitely is the way that you can get work to your learners, and they can get work back to you, and that it can be assessed and marked, and that the feedback and the data belongs to you. And so we really like this system, and I didn't want to talk any further without saying that if you're talking about managing change, you must be organized. If you are not organized, if you're just pulling out, I'm sorry to use it this way, but I don't like the word gadgets, but when you pull out the gadgets, you've got to have a plan. You can't just pull out gadgets and think they're going to change the way everything works. You have to have some form of supporting framework, and the LMS is that. And I don't have a favorite, by the way. I used Moodle at my school because, first of all, National Teacher Award winner Gary Carter is one of my teachers, and so Gary has the expertise. He's developed the experience and the expertise. Why would I go with something else when I had the expertise at hand? I also had somebody else who offered me a lot of help, and within the 2 weeks of that COVID extended Easter holiday, we were online and able to get information to our learners and back from them. Not all of them had laptops, very few of them had devices, some of them were using cell phones, some of them were using the laptop of the neighbor, illegally sneaking into someone else's house when we weren't allowed to go out of our own. Remember that. But we made a plan. After the pandemic, we started to talk about things like a new normal and the old normal, and most of that was rubbish, because most schools felt like they should be going back to the way it was before. But then they would have missed the opportunity to catapult themselves forward. This is an opportunity right now. This summit is an opportunity. Don't miss the opportunity. Don't go back and go, I went to a summit and it was very interesting, but nothing happened, nothing changed. Never miss the opportunity to start making change. We laughed because some of the educational writers in South Africa, like Tim Gordon, wrote that there is no such thing as old normal or new normal. We should all be talking about future normal. Future normal is what casts our vision forward, and we start asking questions like, what do we want to become? Which is the only reason I thought there might be value in me speaking to you today, because we think that we got quite far along the path. Further, perhaps, without being cheeky, than some of the schools represented here. And so I thought maybe it would be helpful to do what we did, because I see, for example, that there are people from Stirling here. Stirling in East London were years ahead of us, absolutely years ahead of us. They still are. But we can learn from them. And so we have listened, we've watched, we're learning from other schools, and we hope to be part of that so that you too can learn from schools like us. We don't mind learning from each other. We took inspiration from John Dewey. Now, John Dewey, you know, is an educational philosopher, my favorite, in fact. He's most famous for organizing the library system, but that's really not where his work lay. His work lay in democracy and teaching democracy, and particularly in educational thinking. I love this quote because it is so true. We cannot keep teaching the way we taught because the children we teach are different. They're learning differently. Just last week in Mombasa, we had a representative from the East China Normal University, a massive university of 135,000 educating students. And they are saying that they have studies to suggest that children think differently because of technology. Their brains are working differently because of technology. Their neural pathways have changed, and yet when they get into our classrooms, we still want to teach them in the traditional way. We are teaching a different creature altogether, and if we don't know that, we're in trouble. So, what do you need? Well, you need an LMS. You need some form of organizing system, but you also need a person. This is Kim Ranwell, ours, also a National Teacher Award winner for technological integration into education. But you need someone. Every school will have a champion. Headmasters, principals, school leaders, school managers, pay attention to your full staff. Your ed tech leader may possibly not be in leadership at your school yet. It might be one of your younger teachers. It might be one of your older teachers, but who has a passion for technology or a love for change. Find that person, empower and train that person, send them to as many courses and symposiums and conventions as you can, support them in whichever way you can, and let them lead for you. That's a crucial element. You cannot do it yourself. I couldn't do this as a principal. All I could do was keep up. I just wanted to keep up. That was my only aim. But you really do have to find that champion within your own staff. And if you don't have one, find one. And when you next make your employment of an English teacher in grade 6, make sure that in your advert you also say that you want the person to have some integrated tech experience, because without a champion and a group of people gathered around the champion, which is kind of like a little team, you will not succeed. This thing will die intimidated. Thank you, sir. But the danger of falling behind is that you sit with a school full of equipment that looks like that. And that's where the partnerships come into play. You can't hope that the department, no criticism intended, but 8 years ago the department gave us laptops, and the Eastern Cape department was really massively leading in giving us laptops. But caution, those laptops are now 8 years old. How long do you think a laptop lasts? Because it's not 8 years, I tell you that. And so that laptop, you switch on now, you go and make coffee, you go outside, you throw a ball to the dog, then you come back inside and it's on. And then you type in your password and you drink your coffee. Huh? But equipment is a problem, and you really have to work on your partnerships if you hope to be able to keep up that way. From a connectivity point of view, there is no point in trying to do any of this unless you are well connected. And so some of the initiatives that we've seen rolled out lately, supplying connectivities to schools that don't have connectivity, is crucial. Without connectivity, you are wasting your time. You cannot open a device and then not have it connect to the resources you wanted to do. From a device point of view, I've just put a crowd up there, so you'll see that I have no preference. We happen to use Apple products in our school because we could, and because we believed that they were easy to manage, and at the time they were available. And my expert at school, my expert at school was an Apple person, so we decided to go with Apple. But we could just as easily have gone with Chromebooks, which so many schools use. Chromebooks are just as good. And so I have no preference. Some schools will be limited to the cell phones the children have in their pocket, but use what you've got and use it every day. That's the secret. You can't then go, oh, because we can't afford it, we're out. Every child, even at a school where I went where there was no device, no connectivity, I said, what do your children take out of their pockets as they leave the school? Cell phones. So use them, and use them in some of the ways described by the previous speakers here today. Here's something that I came to say. Probably if there was anything that I could say in my 3 minutes 43 seconds that I have left, if you don't take your staff along on this journey, it won't work. You can go back and go, I've got the answers, I've got the solutions, I've got the partnerships. Your staff, if you leave them behind, your staff will drill a hole in the bottom of your boat. The worst kind of staff member, and I'm going to tell you this because it's helpful, you get those staff members who say it's a good idea and they do it, then you get those staff members who say it's not a good idea and they won't do it, but in the middle you get those staff members who say it's a good idea but they still don't do it. And you have to watch for them, because if you don't take your staff along, if you don't help them to learn and relearn, to unlearn, to rethink, if you don't train them, your system will fail. This is a graph that's worth reading about. I have no time left to talk about it, but I'd like you to have a look at it sometime. It's called the diffusion of innovation graph, and I find it very interesting because basically what it suggests is that your staff in any organizational change with regard to innovation, and the study by Rogers Everett's very interesting to read, your staff will be divided into this group. Innovators, that's where you find your champions and your champion team, and the early adopters who go, wow, champion, that's a good idea, I'm going to do it too. And then you have this chasm, and the chasm is where you have to ask questions, and then you will get a lot of early majority people going, okay, we'll do it because it sounds like a good idea, and if you put it into your structures, they'll follow you. You do have a late majority, and the laggards at the back are not those thugs in your staff who will trip you up. Those are the people who need your support and encouragement. You give them a little bit at a time. Here's an example, I'm nearly finished. I had a staff member who was 64 years old when we introduced EdTech into our system, and he said to me, why now? Oh, couldn't you just wait until I finished? I encouraged him. He was a laggard. He was right at the other end of the tail. I encouraged him and said, please just try what you can. And I went to his class one day. He just taught a history lesson, and his class were busy playing Kahoot, which, if you know it or you don't, is multiple choice, high speed, there's a winner, there's a time limit, and there's data. So at the end of a Kahoot game, you know who in your class needs to be taught that again tomorrow, and what support they need, and which boy needs encouragement or which girl needs a pat on the back. You can do that with a simple thing like Kahoot. And I said to this guy, the 64-year-old, I can't believe it. You said you didn't want to do this, but here you are playing Kahoot. Well done to you. How did you learn so quickly? And he blushed and said, I didn't. I said, what do you mean? Did you get a staff member to help you draw up a Kahoot? He said, no. He said, these two boys in front, grade 5. 10 years old, they did it for me. Hey, isn't that good? Teacher as a learner as a teacher. We're talking the right language there. And I want to conclude by going, and there were some things I wanted to say, but I'm feeling pressure now. I should unionize. But I could talk about the incremental change that you have to make as you roll this out. I could talk about the way you have to communicate to your parents all the time so that they're behind you. But I want to talk then, lastly, these are just some of the things that the boys, I say boys because I teach at a boys' school, did in some of the things that they're doing. There's a little bit of science. But I thought, let's end with this, because unless EdTech changes the way that learners learn, you're wasting your money. You're wasting your money. This is a minute long. Let's watch it, and I finish quite respectfully.
Settle, please. Eyes up here. Eyes up here. We're not done. Group 3. Let's have Ivy and Michael, Ryan, Sally, and Thomas. Thomas, your homework is to explore gravity. Okay, don't forget, projects are due on Friday. Friday, please. Friday, and don't forget your homework.
Homework. Oh, homework. I hate you. You stink. I wish I could wash you away in the sink.
Guys ready?
If only a hippo would smash you to bits. Homework. Oh, homework.
Okay.
You're giving me fits. I'd rather take baths with a man-eating shark, or wrestle a lion alone in the dark, eat spinach and liver, pet 10 porcupines, then tackle the homework my teacher assigns.
Action. Dad.
Homework. Oh, homework. You're last on my list. I simply can't see why you even exist. If you just disappeared, it would tickle me pink.
Next up, Group 3.
Homework. Oh, homework. I hate you. You stink.
Engaged learners, agile teachers, relevant schools. Thank you.
A big round of applause for Mr. Butler. Mr. Butler, I don't like surprises. No? You should have warned that you are going to time yourself. There is this special request that may all the learners move out to that door. There is someone waiting for them there. They are going to attend to another activity that will keep them more engaged, like the one that we have just seen now. Yeah. They are going for their homework session. And again, colleagues, our tea is being delayed, but I'm just waiting for a signal. They are going to tell me when it is ready. They requested that we give them just 10 minutes, but we are going to spend that 10 minutes meaningfully by taking the next speaker on the program, Ms. T. Mukoni from Zatna. May we usher him on the stage, please? Ungawi namhlanje, please. Oh, sorry, baphelile.
Thank you. Thank you. Good morning, everyone. I believe protocol has been observed, and just coming after that presentation, I'm a bit intimidated. But my name is Tsolofelo Mugoni. I'm from the ZA Domain Name Authority. We are a regulator of South Africa's ZA domain names. I'm a bit sad that the learners went out. I was hoping to use this as an opportunity to create awareness about what a domain is. But any of the teachers that are in the room, I'll take hands. Does anyone know what a domain is? Yes. Domain. No? Yes? Okay. It's It's a yes, okay. So a domain is, without a domain, there's no internet. Right? So without a domain, there is no internet, there's no access to the internet. ZADNA, we regulate everything that ends on a ZA domain. Now, I heard a lot of the teachers talking about Noodles as their platforms. I'm crossing fingers that your Noodles are on ZA domain name platforms. We as the ZADNA, okay, so I just went through that. But we as ZADNA have also created our own little initiative to support the Department of Education in facilitating early learning. This is through the ZA Schools Digitization Project. What this project does is that from the backdrop of COVID, we also saw, and according to our mandate with the UN and SADC, that we are not supportive enough in ensuring that learners' sustainable needs are met. This is their need to access education. COVID violated a lot of learners' human rights because a large majority were not learning. Right? So in response to that, we as ZADNA, in collaboration with the Department of Communications and Digital Technologies, set up to provide 22,000 schools with schools ZA domain names. Not domain names, but learning platforms. Again, in partnership with Google. Let me start by saying that the project is still in its earliest phase. Right? The project is in its earliest phase. We just started literally creating the learning platforms this year. However, this project administratively started last year. So only this year are we rolling out the creation of the learning platforms for 22,000 plus schools. And again, the number 22,000 is only because we're still in our pilot phase and working with as little as 11 million rand. We can't service all public schools with 11 million rand. We are soliciting funding with various other SOEs to support this initiative. It has been endorsed by the department. I know the MEC yesterday said the Department of Education needed to be in, not the Department of Education, but the Department of Communications needed to be in the room. We as ZADNA report to the Department of Education, and this is our initiative to support learning in public schools. What we hope to solve with these platforms is that we provide platforms for teachers, learners, and parents to engage. We create student email addresses for all learners. We create web addresses as well as websites, learning websites for schools, email addresses for teachers and parents to engage with teachers and also check homework, but something similar to Noodle. It's a learning management platform. However, ours is on a Google platform. It's on a Google learning platform. We also, through this initiative, want to empower communities to be able to grow. So one of the biggest objectives that was put on our table by the Department of Education is how do we make sure that through this initiative we can generate employment for community members. So what we do, again, we've just signed a contract with USASA as well as NEMISA to train community members on how to service the platform. So we are just a regulator. We can offer you domain names and learning platforms. However, the maintenance of those domain names needs to come from each community. So we have an MOU with USASA, with NEMISA, with Google to say let's train communities to be able to work with schools and manage these sites. I think my previous speaker said their teachers were on top of creating their Noodle platforms. Not every community has that advantage. My mom is a 60-year-old teacher, and she still needs my support. And if I had to expect her slowly exiting the system to be able to manage this, I would overwhelm her. There's a high unemployment rate in South Africa, youth unemployment. So part of our initiative is to ensure that the people that are employed to manage these learning platforms that we will be creating are youth members, also addressing the youth unemployment issue. So far, what we have in place again is that it is endorsed by the Department of Communication. We have an MOU with USASA, recently signed an MOU with NEMISA for digital skills training. As well as Google. We have received 11 million rand just for the 22,000 schools plus. We're hoping to get more for that. And we have currently finished a pilot project in the Free State, and we are moving into the Northern Cape. So that's what we've done. We are hoping to do schools in all 9 provinces. Obviously not all schools, because like I said, we are still in the pilot phase of this project. However, we want to move around, and with more money with the money that we receive, obviously expand our reach in terms of the schools. So again, this is what we've done. We haven't done much because again, this is still an in-house job. We only just appointed a service providers to help create the websites. I think in end of July, we just appointed, so they only also going to start now. But with the people that we have at ZAT now, we have managed to create, I think, 20 to 50 websites currently. And I don't know how many email addresses, but a number of email addresses for students and teachers. We are starting off with the training programs. Again, the Google, USASA, and NEMISA program MOUs have just kicked in. So we are doing our rounds around the country to train communities, teachers, and especially the learners on online safety and how to behave online, but also how to be on these programs and how to navigate the landscape. So this is where we are. Not much progress has been done. Like I said, we have just recently appointed a service provider to support us, because all we are is a regulator. The technicalities of the project requires expertise, which we don't always have in-house. But so analysis of, so one of the challenges that maybe I would like to speak, and I'm hoping that we will get the full support, seeing that we will be coming into the Eastern Cape in not this year but next year. We currently experience a bit of community communities are not always receptive to the project, because again, and maybe it's because we are not fully articulating how it will benefit them as a community. However, we are struggling to penetrate communities and to get the full support of communities to come to the party. I think that's mainly because the communities that we are going to are very rural still, and the first thought that, I remember with the Free State, the first challenge that they told us was that they are unemployed, so why are we bringing our people into their communities to do work that they can do? So that's something that we are trying to sort of work towards resolving. We will be coming into the Eastern Cape. I think that is on the plans for 2025. We just want to finish off Northern Cape and then move on to Limpopo. But Eastern Cape is a priority for us, our DGs from the Eastern Cape. So we also have to make sure that we have a footprint there. But we really would like to collaborate with government in this, and maybe this is a call to the provincial government to say, if there's an opportunity, there's somebody that is in the department that we can speak to, please do reach out to me or to my CEO. I will share his contact details so that we can collaborate on this. This is a project that we hope will have a national footprint, because we are also trying to grow ZA domain names. I understand that people use generic domain names. There is a danger in that with cyber security. We would like to have all South African initiative, all South African schools on on a ZA domain name. So it doesn't, if you have a noodle already, you can just move it to a ZA domain, because that's what we really want to achieve, for all schools to be on ZA domain names. But yes, that's it from me, and I'm hoping that I will interact with members of government and officials about this initiative, so that we can start discussions on how we can penetrate the province. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Madam Mokoni. May we please give her a big round of applause? Colleagues, I'm reliably informed. You see, this English is also having its own timing. You see, around about tea break, it tends to disappear a bit. I'm reliably informed that our tea is ready. May we take strictly 10 minutes, please? I'm thinking about those colleagues who are flying back to Botswana. Yeah, so we are back here at 11 o'clock exactly. Today's topic is the role of AI in learning. May we usher him on stage, please, colleagues?
Thank you very much, Program Director, to the Honourable MEC and his abstention, and HOD, thank you very much. To the audience, as you start moving in, my name is Glenn. I am not an educator, I am a technologist, so I'm going wireless, and I dressed for the occasion. I even wore my black shirt and my white sneakers, because that's how we do it in the technology game. Today we're going to be talking about probably one of the most anticipated, exciting evolutions in the industry, and then what's happening which is what we refer to as AI. And I want us to understand that what we're seeing is you're seeing the move from an environment where we used to go and look for stuff, and we used to go and search under the rocks, and we used to go and look in the libraries and everything, to now moving into an environment where we're just going to go onto a computer and we're going to ask for it, and it's going to develop and it's going to come through to us. The fourth industrial revolution is well within our grasp, and as we look at the evolution and what caused the evolution and caused the various industrial revolutions, not evolutions, revolution, what's taken place is that there's been a drive at every single stage, and the first industrial revolution, which started in the 1700s, actually founds itself in the abolishment of slavery in Europe, where people turned around and said, hey, we can't use people anymore, we need to start looking for better ways to do this, and that was the advent of the steam engine, and so it progressed. And as we've seen that evolution progress, we've fallen into the trap where we believe that technology exists to serve a purpose, and that purpose is what? Technology exists to make our lives easier. Okay, if we teach students of today the way we taught them yesterday, we will rob them of tomorrow. And it's a very interesting sort of statement to be able to make, is that John Dewey made that, and guess when he made it? Anybody? 1916. So if you think you're in the new evolution of things and change, I hate to break it to you, it was there long before you were born, I hope. But yeah, so if we have a look at that, I want to just sort of touch on that a little bit in terms of technology and the role. Where are we going? Technology exists to make life easier. That changed. Technology doesn't exist to make life easier. What it does is it exists to make us more efficient. And there's a difference between easy and efficient. They're not interchangeable. We can't use easy to replace efficiencies. We can't use efficiencies to replace easy. And the reason for that is because by the very definition of technology working, there we go, easy requires little effort or little difficulty, whereas efficiency revolves around performance and functioning. And it is incumbent on us not to look for the shortest way to do things or the cheapest way to do things. And I'm saying that not as a person who sells computers, but because we need to know that while we try and plug a hole using duct tape, the hole will emerge again and we will start sinking. So we have to think things through. And that starts with having a proper strategy in terms of what we're going to be working towards. And artificial intelligence is going to be able to open up, or it's going to showcase all the holes and the gaps that we have if we're not careful around it. Efficiencies that are driven by technology are what we refer to as force multipliers. We get used to the mathematical equation of 1 + 1 = 2. But that only assumes that I am one and I am doing one more work, then that means that I'm going to have double the effort. Well, what if we use technology where 1 + 1 can equal 9? Because behind the scenes, the technology is driving the inefficiencies down. And that's what artificial intelligence is all about. It's moving from that concept of let me go and look for solutions to ask for solutions, or allow the technology to drive the solutions. So if you have a look at how we used to function, we used to go onto Google and we would Google a question. And we'd just say, give me the information on the fourth industrial revolution, and we get 2.4 million answers, and we would have to go and have a look and see exactly where it is. What were the answers? 2.4 million answers, and when we go and start working through it, that's a lot of work I have to do. That's not easy, nor is it efficient. Well, if I take it and I start running it through some of the AI programs, and in this example over here, I've used Microsoft's Copilot. What you do is you drop it in, and immediately it goes in and it starts running through the program and it starts building the solution for you. So as an educator, what used to take you potentially a day to maybe a couple, 4, 5, 6 hours, depending what it was, to prepare a lesson, you can use artificial intelligence to assist you in preparing the lesson and structuring that lesson in a way that you can actually copy, paste, and put it into your thing. Now you as an educator still have to be able to present the lesson, you still have to check that the content is correct, but essentially, why would you go and build all your PowerPoint slides and build all of that when you can use technology to do that? And as we start understanding that it takes us longer to write the question than it takes us to get the answer, we start seeing those efficiencies unbundle, and we're seeing those things come. Is it easier? Of course it's easier, but it's more efficient. And what is the one thing that every single one of us come, whether you are a president of a country, Elon Musk, or Glenn DeToy standing there, time is all we have. We have 24 hours a day. And at the end of the day, we cannot make more time. All we can do is create efficiencies to give us more access and more access to the time. So when we start looking at sort of things like Adobe AI, those of you who deal with contracts, white papers, if you're looking at the latest information, try this. Open up your Adobe. You'll see Adobe AI in the top right-hand corner. Open up 3 documents and ask it to do a comparison between the 3 documents. And it will tell you all the differences that you come in and work through it. And that's what AI is bringing to us. It's about making us more efficient. Now, majority of this that we're talking now is text-based AI. There's other areas of AI that we can potentially use in the classroom. For example, when we're doing classroom share on the Google Doc here, and we can have a situation where we have multiple learners all engaging and interacting into it. And what we start seeing is we see the merging of the technologies where people can work together and the technology supports the functionality and the outcome. And that is what gives us the efficiencies. We take it one step further and we start looking at other areas and elements in terms of this. This is one of ACE's projects that we've embarked on called EduMate. And EduMate is the CAPS 12 syllabus that we make available, whereby you can go in now. It's not a school. It's not meant to be a school. What it is it's just a library, a resource library of the CAPS 12 syllabus that will take you through and help you with the different subjects so that when the learner is not in school or the learner's at home and he's battling or she's battling, they can go onto the system, they can actually get a revised lesson maybe from a different region, etc., on some of the stuff that they're busy working through. All of this are the building blocks of how artificial intelligence is going to benefit us. What about the educators? Educators, wouldn't you like a situation where you can have personalized learning and you can have a mobile phone that tells you exactly on a multiple choice level what the answer was? Who loves marking? All educators who love marking, put your hand up. Oh, there's one. There's one over there. I'm very sorry for that. I believe there are enough doctors in the house to assist you in your delusions, but it enhances the efficiencies and it provides quick feedback in terms of your ability to be able to do it. And all of these technologies that are coming out in terms of artificial intelligence, and guys, ladies and gentlemen, I can speak about artificial intelligence for 7, 8, 9, 10 hours. There's so much information, there's so many benefits, and so many ways of actually working it, and tools on how to use artificial intelligence correctly. But unfortunately, time is not on my side, so we're going to speed through the process in and around it. One of the topics that came out was the building towards the 5th Industrial Revolution. How many of you, if I may ask, just by a show of hands, have actually unpacked what the 5th Industrial Revolution is about? Anybody? One in the front here. So I want to just point it out. Unlike the other industrial revolutions, the 5th Industrial Revolution isn't about the technology. It's about the integration of humans into the technology. So if you look at the first one, it talks about human and machine collaboration. The ability for us as individuals, the 5th Industrial Revolution is about us as humans embracing technology and utilizing and working with it more effectively. That is what it's about. It's about doing what we're doing today and doing what we're doing in the last 2 days, sitting around and figuring out how are we going to use these inanimate objects to maximize what we're doing. And that's what the 5th Industrial Revolution, human-centric focus on technology, resilience and sustainability, ethics and trust and purpose-driven. The 5th Industrial Revolution is calling for businesses to be less focused on profit and more focused on community and people. And how is it going to be? Why is that? Because we are shifting, and we have started the process of shifting, where the economy that existed in the 1900s or the early 2000s, and as we move into the 21st century, we're shifting from an economy that was based on who is the biggest, who is the strongest, who has the most money, from a brawn economy into a brain economy, where technology has democratized and given access to everything around it. And when it becomes democratized, all hands are off. an individual who has a pipe and information in a school in the middle of a mud hut somewhere in the Eastern Cape can compete against somebody who is sitting in Germany with a pipeline to the information as well. It is democratized education. We need to maximize that. And I just want to touch on one thing, which is human-centric tech. And we saw this yesterday. We need to understand that the magnitude of having a broadcast studio that has been launched within the Eastern Cape to be able to send content that is relevant to the user and the individual is massive in terms of fifth industrial revolution and where it's going to. It is the pinnacle of human-centric tech. What are we doing? What has the Eastern Cape government done is they've taken the human element, which is the teacher, and they've incorporated tech and they've taken it down to the level. And for that, we need to understand what the next step of that means, which is this: mother tongue content delivery. There is something that we miss. We have 12 official languages, 11 plus 1. But we also have a massive amount of migrant labor who are coming in different, they speak different tongues, etc. But mother tongue content delivery, there is no way that we can go to the 25,000 schools within the South Africa and deliver content to the 20 to 15 million individuals, learners in their own mother tongue at classroom level. We have to use technology to do that, because if we're not doing that, we're not going to improve learning outcomes. We're not going to have cognitive development. And most importantly, we're not going to be able to hold on to our cultural development, our cultural identity and self-esteem that is created through ownership of who I am as an individual. So it is vital that we use technology for that. I want to touch on an element, though, because we've spoken quite extensively about some of the stuff over the last 2 days about technology and how technology is working and what we must do. But there's a document that was published in 2023 by the World Economic Forum, branded underneath the education taxonomy for future learning. I'm not sure how many people have actually looked at and studied this document. But essentially, the taxonomy framework is broken into 3 aptitudes. Sorry that it's so small, but you can go and Google it and you can get this. And the first one is level 1 is aptitude and skills, attitudes and values, and knowledge and information. And as we sort of look at those different levels of what that actually unpacks and what that means, we start understanding that the first 2 aptitudes that we're talking about, abilities and skills and attitudes and values, are broken up into very definitive actions that are there. And you take something like collaboration. The estimate is that there will be $2.5 billion added to the global economy every single month if we just learned to collaborate better. If we just learned how to work together as people. If you want to make it in the 5th industrial revolution, you'll notice that knowledge and intellect at the bottom, information at the bottom there, is discipline specific. It's very, very simple. Why is that? Because the cognitive skills of content can be found on the internet and found through AI. So what we need to be focusing on, if we want to talk about future career development in everyday life, we need to be focusing on the skills like creativity, critical thinking, digital skills literacy, a lot of the stuff that we spoke to. But here's something that I also want to point out to you. A lot of those skills don't require technology to develop. So Dr. Stufile, you have a boat. It's a lifeboat. The lifeboat can have 2 people on it, but you've got 10 people clamoring for space. You don't have the resources for the other 7. How are you going to pick and choose who gets those 3 Chromebooks in a school of 100 kids? It's an impossible task. So I want to encourage you that whilst resources are there and the failings of us not having financial backing to be able to do and go and put 5 million devices there, we don't have that. It doesn't stop us from developing skills for the 5th industrial revolution. We can develop creativity by teaching kids to go play outside and come up with games. We can teach critical thinking by getting them to listen to the news and ask, well, is this true or is it not true? We can teach collaboration, and we can add to society by getting along. Our government has done something that the world is in awe of by developing, after 30 years, a government of national unity. Let's put aside our differences. We understand that we're never going to get along, but for the sake of everybody else, let's work together. For those of you in the provinces who have come and generated and sat with us on Friday, or came through, I'm going to iterate. Steal ideas. Steal ideas from the people around you. And it doesn't have to always be linked to the sale of a computer and how many computers we're going to do. Sometimes we can work in and around it. And with that in mind, I want to understand, and I want to close with something here. There's a game that is out there called chess. I'm sure everybody's played it. It's a notorious game. Garry Kasparov, which was one of the chess legends, he did an experiment. In fact, in the late 70s, early 80s, when he was playing and computers were introduced, computer games and chess on computers were introduced, he played it and he got beaten. And you know that he actually retired. He decided, you know what, I can't compete with computers, so I'm going to retire. But then he got itchy and he said, wait a second, I need to check something. Now, Kasparov, for those of you who don't know, he's a grandmaster. You don't get any better. I'm going to be finished in a minute here. And what happens with Kasparov, what is he started doing experiments with the engagement of computers with chess and how he could do it. And as a grandmaster, he ran an experiment, and he played against a professional chess player, and he beat him 5-0 in the games. He then gave the professional chess player a computer, and he played against the professional chess player, and he got beaten. He then played without the professional chess player, just with the computer, and he got beaten again. He then ran an experiment where he took the computer and he followed the instructions of the computer, and he played against an amateur. All right? And he beat the amateur. Essentially, the computer was going to win every single time. And then he did something very, very special. He said, I don't want the computer to give me instructions, because with chess, your first move is 20, the second move is 400. By the fourth move, it's 3.8 billion moves that could be moved in that area. There's an ephemeral amount of moves that you could actually work with. And what he did is he put it all together, and he started looking at the experiment in a different light. And what he said was, if I ask the computer for options and I choose which option, what would it look like? Guess what happened? That philosophy, they took 2 graduates, they let them use the computer, but they made the decision as to what move was going to be there. And they beat the computer 7 out of 7 times. Why? Because the computer has a finite ability. It cannot think, for it's got no character. It requires human engagement. And with that, I'm going to close. There's a concept which AI stands for artificial intelligence. AI1 stands for artificial intelligence. It is computer intelligence. AI2 stands for human intelligence, or authentic intelligence, okay? But combined together, and this is a concept, not a formula for the maths teacher who's going to moan at me afterwards, please. What happens is that when combined together, AI1 plus AI2 will give us AI3. And AI3 is augmented intelligence. It is the basis for the 5th industrial revolution, the ability for humans to use technology to move forward in society. To the Eastern Cape provincial government, I want to say this to you. You are not starting your journey on the 5th industrial revolution path. You are well on your way. Because you have started augmenting humans into your intelligence, and your technology. And for that, I compliment you, because as much as we look overseas and we look at private institutions and we go, you're far ahead, let me tell you something now, you are not far behind. You are leading the way, and I want to encourage you to continue leading the way. So, ladies and gentlemen, please come and have a look at the stand downstairs and get to experience a little bit more of the Google intelligence and how it works. With that, I'm going to close. Thank you very much. I hope I didn't go over my time too much. Thank you very much.
Ladies and gentlemen, now we have on our program Ms. Mhlongo for EdTech Accelerator, and V. Tafa, CO for MyMetric AI. May I please invite both of them on stage? They will be sharing the next 25 minutes together. Miss Mhlongo, is she still around? She's not. Okay, about Chogalo. Then Vitafa. You are Tafa? Yes. Okay, no. Take the podium.
Ngicela izandla nami madoda. Let me take this opportunity to greet all the senior leaders from the Department of Education, and politicians will say they stand on the protocol that has already been established. Let me follow suit. Let me stand on the protocol that has already been established. As indicated, my name is Vuyisa Tafa Udosini. Uzalwa ngapha kuZolo kwilali ekuthiwa Imbutho. Mhlawumbe abanye benu bangayazi. My presentation is going to be quite quick. I think it's self-explanatory, especially after the presentation that has been made by Mr. Dutoit. Let me just, okay. Technology, but so in terms of my introduction, I just went straight to the challenges. I didn't do any introduction of what is my metric AI is, but I just tried to outline some of the challenges that we are facing as the Department of Education, not only in the Eastern Cape, but throughout South Africa. I've mentioned quite a few. When I was writing them, I had to stop at some point because there were quite a lot. You would see that the last one leads to poor learner performance outcomes. In all these things, that's what it ends up to. The MEC yesterday ended to say, we need to address the outcomes of learners. That's the whole point of this summit and the whole point of even having the department itself. So how do we do all this? We usually say there's no silver bullet. For me, I would say there is a silver bullet. It's called AI, and it's my metric AI. So how do we solve this? We've got a solution that does all these kind of things. Number one, it gets you to have around the clock assistance. I saw a presentation again by Detroit, which talks to this. Our platform provides access to study guides and past exam papers and everything else that has to do with CAPS or IEB curriculum. As you've seen there, it's aligned to CAPS and IEB curriculum. We've trained our AI to such an extent that its responses are 99.99% accurate. You will know some of the AIs, if you ask anything or need assistance on anything, it would give you incorrect responses, and that could be very dangerous for any learner, and there might be consequences. It also provides personalized learning. I've seen most of people were talking about personalized learning. This one does provide personalized learning. Career guidance is quite important. Yesterday, there were a number of speakers who talked about career guidance, which is something that is really lacking into our schools. This does provide career guidance. One of the most issues that were mentioned is the issue of zero rating. We have partnered with MTN, who has helped us to integrate to do an integrated zero rating of our platform. Not only MTN is zero rated, all other networks are zero rated. So a student, when you use our AI, you don't have to have any data whatsoever. You can just access it at a go. And it does assist in terms of providing digital divide, because as you know, there's quite a lot of differences, and this data-free access also assists us in that. There's quite a lot of disparities between rural schools and those that are in East London. So we try to address those kind of gaps. What is it for teachers? I saw a slide again from Mr. Dutoit talking to predictive analysis. For us, we have a dashboard that will assist teachers to even pinpoint even the smallest challenge that a student has. We talked about personalized learning, and this report provides you that kind of detail on each of of the students. And as I've highlighted some of the challenges that we have, the overcrowding and all the ratio to student-teacher. So we do address some of those challenges by this platform. How do you know it works? We know it because we've done quite a lot of it. We've piloted it. We've worked with the Department of Education in Mpumalanga, and we've seen quite a lot of improvement, 7% increase from all students that were using our platform. When we were piloting, we chose the the least performing schools in the province, and we've seen the impact, and we've seen an increase in access to educational support. The papers that I was talking about, the guidelines, we've seen all those, and there's quite a lot of positive feedback. We've worked with HODs, we've worked with district directors, we've worked with subject advisors, so it was quite an inclusive pilot. We included everyone, and everyone tested it themselves, and they were so appreciative of it, and we've got that kind of positive feedback. Ingabe ngathi ndiyaxoka ke chairperson okanye program director, I would ask all of you, Mr. Bagla said he hates the word gadgets, but I would ask you to take your gadgets now. If you have, whether it's a tablet or a phone, you can quickly scan. I saw my teacher here, Mr. Blaki, he's sitting there. He was my maths teacher at Zamukulungisa in Tata. And one of the biggest problems we have with our students is solving X. How do you solve X? So you can just quickly scan and ask the AI to assist you on how to solve this simple equation. This is the simplest equation that it asks students to do, to solve, but it can provide even the most complex equation, not only on mathematics. As I've indicated, we have study guides. You can ask it now to send you, for example, just ask the AI quickly and say, can I have a study guide for matric to write essay or to do poems or whatever. Just say a study guide for English maybe, and tell me what the results are. And also the past exam papers, you can even ask the AI to provide you a life science question paper right now, as you've already scanned, and see what it does. We are covering all 11 languages, with the last language which we are working on, the sign language. Ungathetha nayo ngokuthi ngicela incede umcacisele ngezaci namaqhalo ojuba izawuthini, iza kufundisa step by step ba yintoni isaci intoni amaqhalo. It covers from grade 8 to grade 12, with the hope that we will be going down to the lowest grades as well. You can also ask it in Afrikaans. You can talk to it in Siswati. It doesn't matter. As I've indicated, we cover not only math, science, English, we cover all 62 subjects in South Africa. So all subjects are covered under this platform, and I hope you have tried to test it. I see Ms. Kota has already tested it. That's how it works. So we are coming here to really ask, what is the vision for the Eastern Cape? Again, when I did my introduction, I mentioned all those problems, and I talked about there's no silver bullet. This is the silver bullet. AI is the silver bullet, and we have to embrace it. If we work against it, we will get really negative results. So we have to embrace it. I did not write anything on the slide. Someone said yesterday, I think it was Mr. Alex, who said, it's either you lead or you follow. Thank you, Chair.
I think this is a reason good enough for us not to allow learners to take their cell phones into the exam room. Otherwise, some of them can be shocked to observe that they got the total out of the examination paper.
Therefore, is a question, Mr. Tapa, when does it take, how long does it take to reflect the, or sorry, to upload the study guide? Did you receive the sample?
I did not recognize your hand, Ms. Scott.
Taking out.
Yeah. Ibona mostly chingathi ngayivala la gap yeMaths lento senjo. No, I think we are spared about 15 minutes, colleagues, before the next item, but I will cut it down to 5, where I will allow some few questions from the previous presentations, so that those areas that seem to be a bit gray can be clarified before we get to the next item. The first hand, 1. I can't see this side here, but there is no hand this side. Oh, this side are the people who are going to provide responses. Is your hand up, madam? Oh, please. 2. Only 2. Oh, another question ka CFO. Uzayibuzelwa nguwe ke lutho. Okay. Can you allow those 3 hands, please? Number 1.
Thank you very much. My name is Sean Grant from Rechargeables. I'm just going to pick up on the last comment that I heard, you know, that we cannot let phones into the exam room. But I'm curious about this no phones policy at school, because it seems to be prevalent throughout the country. And, you know, if we are in this going into the 5th industrial revolution and AI is now available on our phones, surely as educators, it's our responsibility to train the students and the teachers on how to use this technology. You know, it's like you give a student the textbook and you say, right, do the lessons. The answers are in the back, but you may not look. You know, it's that kind of thinking. And I think it's handicapping us. We have tools that can manage phones in schools. They are affordable, they are accessible, and I understand that not every you know, school has students with phones, but we can't keep using that as an argument to say that the students with phones and the teachers with phones should not be using them in school. So I'm just wondering if perhaps in the Eastern Cape there could be a progressive policy. Not saying let's ban them, but how can we manage them effectively? How can we use them to help us to make life more effective and make us more efficient, as we heard a little bit earlier?
Thank you. 2.
My questions are a simple one. We cannot deny the fact that our kids are already making use of AI in classrooms, specifically your easier ones such as your ChatGPT for essays and whatever else they may need it for. So my question is directed to the speakers that spoke on AI. Are there apps that can pick up on plagiarism? Because as educators, we would then need to mark these essays that we definitely know our learners did not write. Are there apps in place that can help us with checking for plagiarism when a learner has written or used AI to submit an assignment? Thank you.
Thank you very much. Number 3. Pagamisa lokumamkote as a spokesperson to CFO. Here is number 3. Okay.
All right. The question from CFO was to Mr. Tafa. She practiced and she did as per the instructions, but now the study guide that was promised is not coming. So she wanted to know the timeline or timeframes. How does it take, or how long does it take for the learner to receive that particular study guide, if requested was a study guide? Thank you.
Sure. DDG number 4.
Probably the issue is, if we don't regard artificial intelligence as a disruption to our learning methodologies, then we'll have problems. I'm saying it because you'll find that universities are battling with this issue. You know, how do we judge the learner authenticity in presenting an essay or in presenting an assignment with the help of artificial intelligence, and these kids can play around it? For me, the real issue is whether it does help develop the cognitive dimension of a kid in terms of thinking better, thinking differently, critical reflection. It's not about just copying, you know, there has to be, you know, this kind of element. Now, what I'm not sure is whether the design itself is able to assess the child's competency, given all the information that can be made available. Is the software able then to say, okay, I've given you all of these tools, let me assess you now, your competency, you know, your ability to think critically, to present an argument, to analyze. Does it have that capability? Because for me, it's not just only about giving children, you know, answers, but also it's the capacity of kids without answers, you know, to navigate and go through the content, make presentations, then the system assesses them, it gives a feedback to the learners. Does it have that capability of feedback and looking at gaps, looking at loops, you know, what else needs to be done differently? Because you'll find that this information is also in textbooks, but some kids grapple to deal with textbook information. And some people might assume, therefore, that artificial intelligence is going to give you something different from a textbook. It doesn't. It gives you the same information, but it repackages it. But in repackaging, can it assess the kid's competency? Thank you.
Thank you. May we have responses, Dawson and Dwight? You also want to respond, Ma'am Cotton? Okay. No, let's start with the difficult ones.
All right, I'll answer 2 and 4, if that's okay. To answer your question, yes, there are tools. There's a tool called Grammarly, and there's also a tool called Turn-In. And those tools will be able to have a look and see, and they will give you a percentage of what that is generated from an AI point of view. And that works quite well. Grammarly works on plagiarism too. Here's the problem. I publish an article, I push it into the AI tool or into Grammarly to check whether it's plagiarized, etc. It comes back as 0. I push it back into Grammarly, it's now recorded it, comes back as a high plagiarism on myself. So we need to understand that it's a case of input versus export, input versus output in terms of what's there. To answer the question then, that moves a little bit on to the question number 4, and this is very, very important in terms of understanding this, is that this question makes the fundamental basis of understanding how we need to change how we are dealing with technology in our questioning and answering process, because AI is not going away. So what we need to do is, in a creative environment, is say, I want you as a learner to go onto AI, ask the question in the correct way, stipulate what the AI answer was. In the same way, in grade 3, we used to go to the library and photostat a page and cut it out and put a little pink border around it and say that was our poster submission. That is step 1. Step 2 is to use your critical thinking and your creativity and say, analyze what has been given back to you. Now, write your own composition. Because the moment you ask AI to analyze AI, you're going to get an AI response to analyze it, and you're going to pick it up immediately because it's the same stuff. I saw an example where somebody went onto ChatGPT and said, how many R's letter R, are there in the word strawberry, and it came back with 2. Now there's 3. Okay? And a fight ensued between the individual and AI, because AI was saying there's 2, but he was kind of saying how to get there, and he couldn't win. Because AI does have its limitations. Remember, if I come and I say to you, ma'am, how are you today? I have an empathetic approach. If I go, hey ma'am, how's it going today? I have a complete, AI doesn't have a tone. It doesn't have a personality. It is text-based, it is numbers, etc., etc. So the encouragement is to utilize AI as a tool to get it. What does the computer say? Now use your critical thinking to go and do that. We just wish that that would happen in some areas of our world where people are fighting with each other and they're getting fake news. Go on, we're busy doing historical studies. Go and have a look at the history of South Africa and tell us what ChatGPT says about this. Now go and do critical research around that. What is the world seeing and what has actually happened? And now start asking the questions. So I'm hoping that answers the question. I'm actually advocating that you see how you include it, because if you fight it, I guarantee you you're going to lose. Every day of the week and twice on Sundays.
Thank you. Oh, no, give it to
Thanks, Mr. Dutoit. I think you've answered quite a lot of questions. Yeah, you've covered quite a lot of questions. But just to add on whether there's also, you've talked to the Dramali issue and turn it in. It does help you to pick up some plagiarism if there is. But the way we've done my metric AI, we did not just train it in anyhow. Because what you do with AI, you train it on how it should respond, on how it should assist anyone. It's very difficult to do copy and paste from our side because it doesn't give you answers. It teaches you how to get to the solution. For example, if you go and ask it on how to write a letter, a formal letter, it's not going to write a letter for you. It will tell you how to write a letter, just like it did with the maths question. So that's the difference with your ChatGPT and ours. I think the other question is, Mr. Kota, you do get it instantly. You have to re-ask it, but you will get the study guide instantly. I'm sure some of you have gotten the study guide or even any question paper that you've asked. All subjects, we've got over 20,000 question papers into the database. Thanks. I think the last one is, I think DDG, we've talked to, does it help students think better, not do the work for them? I think I've answered that question and Mr. Dutoit spoke to it. So I think those are some of the responses we have. Thanks.
Cell phone policy, Mamukota.
Look, with regards to the cell phone policy, this is really a big decision, DDG. I'm looking at my DDG, so that we don't respond. I think for examination purposes, Mr. Molawa, for credibility of exams, it may not be allowed. But for teaching and learning opportunities in a classroom situation where teachers will and the learner will access content, for us also would be of value because it takes a long time to resource each and every learner in a school. Ideal situation is to have each learner in a classroom have access to devices. And we cannot run away. Something that my team, we have looked and started discussing and say, how do we explore this? We are also engaging in a process of encouraging our schools to have an ICT roadmap. We engage in roadshow, and as part of that roadshow, we introduce them to an ICT roadmap so that each of the schools that we have engaged in to start the process, but it's a process that we still have to formalize, do advocacy on it, so that we take a decision as a department, how do we go to that route. We would learn also from GDE, of course, because GDE started it and it worked for them. Meanwhile, they may not be able to resource, but it comes with a lot of challenges that may come up. Some parents will start having complaints now to say, oh, now we want our learners to have smartphones, learners will have demands. It also has to be a process of saying, what kind kind of device are we talking about? So that a learner doesn't push the mother or father to buy a 20,000 device, when maybe there is another cheaper device that can still provide the smartphone, features that can enable what we would love to realize in terms of giving access. Ms. Puji, it's you that is in the room. I don't see Reshabane, but I see Ndade Ukavuma is coming in. I think in that DBE strategy, I know we still have to engage on that. How do we then fit in this issue of bring your own device in our schools? Thank you so much.
Thank you. So it's a matter of having our schools having policies
on that
allow use of cell phones in schools, but that process be managed very well.
It has to be guided by the department.
Because we can't be talking AI and we say no cell phones in schools, not at this age. But one of the problems might be the transformation on the side of the managers and teachers themselves.
Change management.
Because if I can't manage cell phone, why must I have learners who are using cell phones in the class? So I think we need really to embark on that transformation so that we are all geared towards the use of the available ICTs to enhance teaching and learning. Now is that time, colleagues, where we have Uma Mukota, Ukona Payne, Mr. Payne. Mr. Payne is available, Mr. Mlocha, I've seen him, is available. And Mr. Kafilongo? No. Mr. Mdoli. Sanon fagishiwa bonani manene. Okay, Mr. Mdoli, Mr. Mlochwa, Mr. Payne, and Mamukota on the stage, please. Let's usher them, please. Thank you, sir. I'm told that Dr. Stoffel will be the moderator in this session, so he may also ascend the stage. Let's usher them, please, colleagues. Okay, let's try this, colleagues. Ne? Let's act as if we're not tired and really usher them on stage, right? That's a bit better. Thank you very much. Oh, so you take this seat. Okay, I'll go towards the end. Yeah. Then you're having 40 minutes, not an hour, yeah. The time now, look. 40 minutes, not an hour.
Good afternoon, colleagues. Without wasting too much time, I would like to welcome our panel members. And they will be basically speaking about their different roles in e-learning, in IT, professional development, and also in curriculum-specific initiatives. I'm not going to do too much talking. I would like my presenters to do some of the talking. So I will introduce a speaker. Then you can request your presentation to be flighted. Whilst the presenters are busy presenting, can I ask that the audience members just to note down your questions, because I want you to ask them more questions than me producing the questions. So I would like for our multimedia team just to get Ms. Kota's presentation ready. Ms. Kota is the Director of E-Learning in the Eastern Cape, and ma'am, could you please give us a brief synopsis around the rollout of ICTs in the Eastern Cape?
You want me to come?
You can.
I can talk from here.
Yeah.
All right. All right. Okay. All right, I just want to be quick and brief. Good afternoon, everyone. Is it already afternoon? I'll just, I just hope it's clear. I'll try and speak on the slide mostly, The others I'll just run through as a way of trying to package what we're trying to summarize. Dr. Sofilev asked us to just to give a journey briefly on what we have been doing in terms of e-learning in the province, and I'll touch also briefly on what our IT director is, because if we look into the program, there's also something that talks about the IT rollouts. What we started working on and looking at when we started as this directorate, it mainly started around about 2019, and the time when we started, before that, we were not a directorate, and I think that's quite an achievement for the department to have a directorate for e-learning. It was mainly a sub-directorate under curriculum. Then looking back, we then tried to find where are the policies, or what is it that is going to guide us. So we started journeying on a strategy that we wanted to embark on as a way of saying we are positioning ourselves, kind of repositioning e-learning within the space of the Department of Education in the Eastern Cape. So we came up then with an e-learning strategy, which I must say it is still under development. And one of the reasons for that, when we were engaging a lot in these HERCOM ICT STECOMs that we participate in, almost every province's cry was, where is the e-education strategy of the country, so that we get guidance from our DBE, because the main policy, which we may have heard yesterday, that is a little bit outdated, as Shabane was talking to, is the fact that they're currently then working on an e-education strategy. So it is still a strategy that we want to align properly with DBE, in so much that from tomorrow we will then be engaging on that, so that we strengthen what we're doing. But also, one of the reasons that made us to have this particular session is to see what other inputs can we gather from all these, heads that have come together here and shared all this expertise as a way of strengthening that particular strategy. So that's how we are. And we focus on the 6 strands. I think DDG touched a little bit on those yesterday in that diagram. But the other thing, just quickly moving swiftly, the issue of organizational structure. We tried our best to see, as we reposition ourselves, who are we? Because if you look into the 2019 organogram, e-learning part is very, very minimal. It's very short. It's just a one-pager thing, which seems not to give sense on what is it and what are we about. So we then developed 4 clear areas, which are following in terms of your, sorry, just going back. The first one being the e-technology. How do we define ourselves within the space of the e-technology? How do we deal with that? So if you look into that, we have developed then standard operating procedures in terms of saying, how do we deal with e-technology as this directorate moving forward? How do we deal also with the issues of e-content? And we paired e-content with learning management system. And in terms of saying, what learning management systems are we going to be exploring as a department, is saying that we have content sitting there, which is then a collective wisdom that would be then from our teachers, from our subject advisors, from our planners, so that we can then be able to say our schools have access. We have also looked into how do we deal with professional development. We have professional development in terms of our teacher development as a chief directorate, which is part of our branch as curriculum. We then also have HRD that comes in, but how do we reposition the way that and approaches that we are going to have with regards to that? And then lastly, how do we deal with e-learning projects? There's so many non-profit organizations that have interest within the space that would love to come in terms of supporting us. So we kind of looked into those as that. So those 4 focus areas kind of align very closely with our 6 strands that we're talking about in our e-learning strategy as a department, which forms part of the bigger digital evolution strategy of the Eastern Cape Department of Education. But then in terms of the resource deployment, we have successfully, from the e-library solution that was deployed in 2020, 2021, which is about 55 schools, led by Mr. Kavuma, we then took over to say we are going to be rolling out now using our own budget as a province, minimal as it is. We have successfully to date, at least including this financial year, tried to cover 744 schools that are having this e-library solution. I must say, this is just a stopgap measure, just something to say, let's give access to some form of e-learning opportunities for our teacher, for our learners, working together with us as a department in putting together that. We have also successfully tried to do professional development. We've trained over 15,000 teachers. What we have done last year, which is also groundbreaking for us, because we did not have SACE endorsed professional development training manuals, and we developed 6 of those training manuals. And one of them is ICT management, and that is targeting mainly our principals. We may not have reached all of our principals, all our SMTs, but we have started and realized that let's move a step back and let's take in our curriculum advisors. We have been embarking in training of our curriculum advisory services so that we know that they have a buy-in. Somebody earlier on, I think Satu Rep, indicated here to say how we wish that our subject advisors will understand that we don't have to have paper, we now have to give them planning through a laptop. That's the journey that we are embarking on. So we've done that. I'm not going to go into detail in terms of that, but I think in terms of all of these, we are trying our best. Also, even the resources that we are deploying, we do and offer trainings with regards to that. In terms of the e-content, we have from 2020, you will remember the bigger rollout of the tablets that the province have done, as much as it had some challenges that were still there. But from there, we're able to say, through the minimal resource that we had, which was more of a video conferencing facility at the time, to broadcast some lessons, and give opportunities for our grade 12s in particular at that time to ensure that there is then production of some lessons, which we have over the years, within 15 subjects, we have managed to cover. We have successfully, I think, in terms of, most I'm a guest speaker. I know they will say, but there's so much. But I think this slide kind of gives summary of what and where we have been. But to top it all is that the learning management system that we're talking about on the other side is, we have managed this year to have our own ECDOE Moodle learning management platform. But on top of that, we also have a a device management system, because the kind of devices that we have explored, we looked into cost-effective devices that are going to be making meaningful learning opportunities for our teacher, for our learner, so that we also have control over those devices. And we have then that through the Google platform. We have then our MPOs, Tado Stofile, as he's stepping up, so that we are able to do. But I think if I can just jump all of this, but our success depends really on all of those things. For us to be successful in the journey, we need then to ensure all those are put in place. And I think number 2. Our number 2 is very crucial for us, as much as it might be something that may not be achieved quickly, but we know with the minimal that we're able to stretch and do a lot. Thank you so much. I didn't get to touch again what connectivity has been provided, but I think if I can go back a little bit, ICT, our IT department, Ms. Nzuba, saw him working out. They have managed to connect 700 schools with broadband. They've also covered now 3,300 schools with mobile routers, but importantly for us, we would love to see this reaches a teaching and learning, a classroom, so that there is meaningful learning, teaching and learning taking place. It's no use to have it for administration. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, Ma'am Kota. Mr. Mulawa, I think I understand the pressure of this seat of yours. Can I ask you, Mr. Alistair Payne, can you pull up Mr. Payne's presentation? Mr. Payne is the CEO of Cloud EDU. Mr. Payne, can I just ask you just to briefly highlight how it is that you are working with the Eastern Cape Department of Education with respect to aging technology? Mamkota mentioned e-device management and also Google Workspace for education. Thank you, sir.
Thank you, Doc. I will be very, very brief, sir. Cloud EDU, we're Google's premium partner across Africa, the education partner. We're working with the ECDU in a number of different ways, but before we get there, you will know that Google has a massive presence in the commercial space. Today, they have 9 products with over 1 billion daily users. You probably use them on a daily basis yourself. There is a huge commitment from Google to making sure that those services are fast and that they are as low cost as possible. You may not know this, but they landed a huge underground sea cable last year called the Equino cable, and there's been a commitment to a new one called Emoji, which is coming down through the spine of Africa, and then our first, west to east cable connecting up Australia. So when I say Google is fast and it feels fast, is because it is fast. There is a huge commitment to making sure that bandwidth and connectivity is low cost. Believe it or not, that's their commercial products, in particular Gmail, that ends in gmail.com, is a commercial product. They have enterprise products, one of which is Google Workspace for education. So for what does that mean for the department or for schools? They have their own custom domain name. That means that they have an entire system to be able to control their environment, and this is where we working with department. But it's more than just Gmail, it's a whole lot of tools. The one area we've been working with the department at the moment, just by the numbers, there are 170 million plus students and teachers on Google Workspace for education. You also may not know this. Does anybody know the first school in South Africa to have Chromebooks and Google Workspace? Just around the corner, Selborne Primary. In fact, Google started their presence here 10 years ago in the Eastern Cape, so it's of great excitement to us that it continues with the department as well. 170 plus students and teachers on Google Workspace for education. What does that look like within the African landscape? Well, we do know this from the top 500 universities. Over 55% of the top universities across Africa are running Google Workspace. It is an incredible, staggering feat that they've achieved thus far. The area we're working with the Eastern Cape Department of Education has been on the Chromebooks. We are not a hardware provider. We're an integrator. We're a trainer. We're an edtech company. We're here to support the department. So we've supported them on professional development with the e-learning coordinators. We run a conference as well, and we've been helping to make sure that those devices are managed. And ma'am meant that. You want that control in the classroom. BYOD, bring your own disaster, and that's what we see. We cannot allow technology to be a distraction. It needs to be a disruptor, but not a distraction. Once they're locked into the console, we have wonderful control of those devices. We even have it right down to the EMIS number of the school, so we know if those devices are being turned on at that particular school. We know what's happening on the hardware. We know what's happening on the network. We are able to push out content. I was thrilled yesterday when Mr. Thomas was talking about building an app, and I was like, yeah, we can deploy that across the entire department, across the entire province in about 3 minutes. You come up with a good idea, it's our job to push it out there, no longer having to wait. What we're looking forward to doing is working on 2 particular areas of the department. I'm going to refer to a pilot we've done with Western Cape Education Department, and it's gone very, very well, but it is the revitalization of old hardware. We just mentioned we're not going to have budget for everything, but we have a lot of hardware in this country that actually has still good legs on it. What does that mean? It doesn't run Windows anymore. The project we ran in the Western Cape was 100 devices across 5 schools. They were the thin clients, they were little boxes behind the screens. They were taking 15 minutes to start up Windows 8. 15 minutes. In a 30-minute lesson, do you think you got 15 minutes to waste starting up on those devices? I don't think so. This project was not run by us. We worked very closely with the department, and they actually had their e-learning coordinator technician go in and sort this out, but it can be done by schools. 20 devices to completely reformat them between 1 hour and 1 hour and 30 minutes. Complete in the height of ESCOM's problems, completely reformat those devices. Those devices went from a 15-minute start time to 45 seconds. We were able to see what activity was happening on those networks and to see whether they're being utilized by the schools. The CPU usage went down from, and there's some really, really old stuff there, probably older than what I've got, went down to 32%. 4 gig of RAM went down to 24%. The disk utilization went down to 6%. So when we say we're revitalizing hardware, we are revitalizing old hardware. So very exciting. The management that we're doing with the Chromebooks on the new hardware, exactly the same management on the Chrome OS Flex. It's a single pane of glass. And then I'm not going to get into this too much, but what about the Android tablets? Single pane of glass, we're able to take over management and lock those down as well. So it's all in the how do we manage, but we're here to transfer and pass information onto the department. Thanks, Doc. Hold on.
Thank you so much, Mr. Payne. Can I ask Mr. Mlotshwa from Matthew Goniwe School of Leadership and Governance, just to unpack exactly, teaching is a very contentious space, so how do our teachers get trained, whether we call them trained or capacity built? Can you just talk to us about the roadmap that you are following in Gauteng? Thank you, sir.
Okay, thank you very much, and I do appreciate, I think, the invitation that has been extended to our institution, which is the Matthew Goniwe School of Leadership and Governance. We are a provincial teacher development institute for the Gauteng Department of Education. We do, however, resonate, I think, in terms of the person of Matthew Goniwe, who is a stalwart from Krydok here in the Eastern Cape. And in terms of the work that we do, we are basically an implementing partner for the GDE in terms of their e-learning strategy. But for you to understand the journey that Gauteng has actually taken up to this far in respect of the e-learning strategy, I'll begin with the context in terms of the 5th administration as well as what we got to do for the 6th administration. So the 5th administration began in 2014 at the backdrop of, I think, what we would call failures in the Gauteng online, because we had to put smart labs in different schools, but those labs were white elephants. Teachers did not utilize them. Then in 2014, when the then MEC, Comrade Panyaza Lusufi, took over, he came up with a project which he termed the Schools of the Future, which was basically to promote smart classrooms. And this particular solution focused on 3 main subjects. The first one was the classroom. So in the classroom, smart boards were deployed, and the purpose of deploying the smart boards was because the device was taken as a shared device with many learners. Then for select schools that we term the full ICT schools, learners were given tablets, but for all the 476 schools that we worked with for the 5th administration, we had teachers being given laptops for utilization. Now, the link between device rollout as well as the professional development that we offer as an institution is in the fact that initially when we started the project, we worked with teachers that had been profiled by e-learning. So the profiling meant that they would look at the teacher subject area as well as face, so that they are resourced with relevant e-books and e-resources. Then in terms of our professional development that we began with, we did a feasibility study, because the way we've implemented this particular program, it has been research driven. I think to date we've had about 5 studies being done, 2 of them being impact studies, 3 of them basically testing the proof of the concept. So in 2015, we had the 5+2 project that was implemented, a feasibility study that we did through UESU. The main point of that feasibility study was to test the concept, whether these particular solutions would work within our schools. There are questions, obviously, that other units will be asking, what type of devices should we be deploying to our different schools? And there are two main issues that need to be considered: the economic lifespan of a device as well as its useful life. Then the solution that Gauteng took was to go with the smart board, because they have a useful life of almost 10 years, but now we're getting there. And in terms of durability, I think they still look good and usable, I think, to date. Then that 5+2 pilot report basically enabled us to develop a learning journey for the various stakeholders within the establishment, not just teachers, but across the establishment, so that we could work through change management issues. And initially, we used to bus teachers into one venue and had mass training. But the 5+2 report also informed us to change our training so that we utilize a differentiated approach where teachers were trained according to their abilities and level of fluency in terms of utilizing ICT resources in different schools. In 2016, we worked with Wits University, and we did what you call an e-readiness study. The e-readiness study attempted to look at how ICTs can basically improve the dialogue or engagement within schools. And that particular study was important because it focused on three primary areas, which was teacher-learner engagement, learner-to-device engagement, as well as learner-to-learner engagement in terms of the utilization of ICTs. We also did a change management study through Dual Point, which focused on SMTs. And the focus of that particular study was to look into the level of either resistance and adoption of these particular technologies that we had put up. And it is through that particular study that we came up with a solution to institutionalize ICTs by developing two structures, which is the district-based ICT committees as well as the school-based ICT committees. The district-based committees being utilized for monitoring activities, while your school-based ICT committees are to provide the management of resources as well as professional development support within the schools. Then at the end of the fifth administration, we had an impact study which basically focused on the perceptions of the beneficiaries of this particular solution, and that particular study was also positive. Then in the sixth administration, because we had COVID come through in 2020 and 2021, so it meant that we had to change our solution from being a shared device into an individualized device or approach. So within the sixth administration, we've also conducted an impact study, and we are also changing, I think, the nexus of change from districts to schools. I think that's the main lesson that we have learned. And that particular change basically also entails that our training will be moving from just being skills-driven, but to a competency-based training approach. I think I'll end it there for now.
No, thank you so much. I'm worried my tender might expire, so I just want to make sure that we've all given the speakers time, and I need some questions from the floor. Mr. Mtoli, it's your turn. I'm not going to introduce you. Maybe you've got a video to introduce yourself. So can I ask Mr. Mtoli's video to be flighted, please? Are you winning with the audio?
Izibalo is a Izibalo is a non-profit company, a non-profit organization, and a public benefit organization, which is registered with SARS. What we are doing, we're tutoring children from disadvantaged backgrounds, mathematics for free. We started in 2022 as a pilot project, but we actually set up here in this site in May 2024. We noticed through the many years of me tutoring that most learners are not taking pure maths in grade 10. They are taking maths literacy because they do not have the basics. So learners come after school. We operate from Monday to Saturday. We have 2 sessions after school, so 2-hour sessions, and the learners come to us and we assist them. We had 7 learners when we started because it was a pilot project. Of those 7 learners, we have some of them are in grade 12 now. They're averaging 75%, and they started with us getting 32%. So most of our learners are improving. The biggest problems that we've picked up with the learners that are coming into our program, especially in grade 8 and 9, is that they are lacking in understanding English. Most of them do not even understand the question that they are reading. And secondly, we've picked up that they do not know content, mathematical contents 2 years prior to the current grade that they are in. So most of the learners who are doing grade 9, we have to go back to grade 7 work in order to make sure that the children understand and build up to their current grades.
Umntana uyasokola kakhulu kwi-maths level 2 uyasokola gqithi so ndaqonda uba mandize nam ndaye ndabenzela uWhatsApp then bandiphendula ndeza kubo ndazozithoba kuwo and bandamkela namhlanje ndize kwi-interview.
If parents or learners want to join our project, they will have to apply. We usually send out forms to the schools that are around us. We're currently working with 5 schools around the Greenpoint site in East London. So we open up applications towards the end of the year and on the start of the 3rd term. So that's how learners and parents can be involved.
Thank you so much. Mr. Mlawa, can you see what we should consider in the future? Yeah. Maybe we get everyone to just do a recording. We just make sure it's 2 minutes or 3 minutes, and then we get time for questions. Colleagues, can I just open up the floor for any questions? Please be quite succinct. As Mr. Mulawa said, you will have your turn next year for the next summit to give maybe a presentation, but for now, we just need to get some questions to our panel members. So can I ask by raise of hands, are there any questions from the House? Yes, we will allow him to add something quickly. So whilst the microphones are going, do you have something else to add, sir? Yes. Okay, can I ask Mr. Kavuma, you are number 1. Mr. Stofile here in front of me as number 2. There's number 3 right there.
Good afternoon. My name is Edumisa Mdoli, as it has been said on the video. I represent Izibalo, which is a non-profit organization. We started last year based on the need where we saw that most learners are not taking pure maths in grade 10. In the Eastern Cape last year, 41% of the learners took maths, and their average mark was 29 to 30%. So we had our opening, I think 2 weeks ago, and Mam Kota was there. That opening was a maths pod, which is what was actually shown there on the video. It was sponsored by Mercedes-Benz last year because we were the best performing NPO. We've won 2 awards, but now what we want to do is to actually grow within the Eastern Cape with that model. We have a MOU with the department. We'd like to get that to become an MOA, because as an NPO, there are certain things that we can do to assist the department. Things like raising funds, getting corporate donations. It was said here that effort should come from all levels of society. So if we can lobby funds from different sectors, private sector, all these different companies, you fund us, we can actually have a greater impact. So I'm open for questions and we can engage. Thank you.
Okay, perfect. There are people with money in the house, so we'll try and lobby. Can I ask Mr. Kavuma to come with the first question, please? Could you also indicate who the question is directed to?
Yeah, thank you. Thank you. My question is directed to Izibalo. I just wanted to find out what is the criteria that you use to select students? I don't think everybody who applies is taken. There must be some kind of criteria as to which students do you accept to be part of the program.
Yes, thank you for the question. Yeah, that was a big one. When we started, we didn't have a board, so we had to formulate a board who will answer that exact question, our criteria, our admission criteria. The maximum number that we can take in a maths pod is 100 learners, and that's dependent on the funding that we receive. What learners do, they usually write an essay. That's the first thing that they do when they apply. They will write an essay telling us why they want to be part of the program. Where do they see themselves in the future? Do they understand that this is an opportunity that most learners and parents would pay 250 rand per hour to get? So by going through the essay, we first select, we look at English, which is the second thing that we look at. We're not doing English at the moment, we are doing maths. As I've said on the video, there's a big problem where learners do not understand. So if a learner gets at least 50% for English, first additional language, they usually come in. We also look at all the other subjects on the report, because everything that we do is results driven. Because the money that is donated or sponsored to us, we need to report back what happened to the money. Is there improvement? Based on this criteria, we have seen a great improvement, because now we select the learners based on these criteria. They come in and the learner will just see them, that they have the fire, they want to do this, and they meet an educator, a tutor on the other side, and just magic happens. We have learners who have improved from 32% to 91%. Some people say we have magics, but we don't. It's just a meeting of minds, and that's it.
Thank you so much. Can I ask Mr. Stofile and then Usisi at the back, can you start and then you go and then we can respond after that? Thank you.
Oh, okay. Thank you very much. Mamukota, let me just, you spoke in your presentation around the department has, connected schools via Wi-Fi, 64% of public schools, and also 700 schools have got broadband access. Those are your statistics now. Principal Pele, I want you, because let me ask this question on your behalf. What is the model? Firstly, I want to understand the partnership with government. Which government departments are you guys partnering with for the connectivity, in the schools? So that's question number one. Linked to that is the contracts. What is the model for the contracts for installation and also the maintenance of that connectivity? And lastly is the performance and monitoring. I say this because when I speak to Upelepa, he says to me that St. John's, right, BBI says that they've got fiber that is there, but the fiber goes to the manhole outside the gate. When you then go inside the school, it's useless, because then, so I'm saying that if that is the case study, and we are saying as government, these are the statistics that we are releasing, what we're doing, probably, I suspect we are ticking the box, and we're not solving for X, as I always say.
I agree.
Thank you, sir. Siswap.
Thank you. My question is not directed to anyone, but I think it's important to introduce myself first. I am Odwa Sonkrishe. I'm from the AIDC, which is the Automotive Industry Development Center. So we do some STEM programs to ensure that we create a pipeline for the automotive industry, as they're complaining that they do not have the right skill. So, in fact, I don't think it's a question, rather a comment, or, okay, you decide, I guess. So we've been trying to rope in the Department of Education in all our initiatives. And the unfortunate part is that in everything that we've invited the Department of Education to create labs that will enable kids to access e-learning programs. We haven't had any support. So I guess my question then is, what can possibly be done by us and government in order to ensure that e-learning is not only in towns, but it goes to rural areas? Because what we find out from our investigations is that, an example, maths, is the maths students that are doing pure maths are actually coming from the formerly known Transkei, but then they do not have access to anything that has to do with e-learning. Yeah, so that's it, thanks.
Yeah, I think we've got the gist of the question. Thanks, ma'am. I'll hand over to Ma'am Kota, and then I think the second one wasn't really much of a question, more than it was a comment. I see Sis Ayana has a hand up. Are you comfortable with us just going with one more question, Sis Ayana, then we can all answer? So that I just want us to just go one round, and then we are sorted. Ms. Mtsatse?
Voice. Oh, okay. So we've seen a variety of solutions to address challenges, considering different contexts, backgrounds, the landscape of the Eastern Cape province. So my question is for Ma'am Luto. How is your department looking into these different solutions, organizing these solutions in order to roll out and grow strategically? That's my question to you, Sis Luto.
Okay, thank you so much. Ms. Kota, looks like the questions are yours.
All these questions are for the department. I don't know whether I must stand or sit.
Sorry, ma'am. I had two questions.
Oh, okay.
Yes, sorry, Mama. And then I'm not sure, maybe this is for teacher development. Maybe Ray Trakati, DDG can answer this. So are there conversations that you're having with pre-service? Because we are now having this huge conference talking about how we integrate e-learning within the space. But have you started having conversations with universities? I feel like the B.Ed in itself needs some upgrading. I'm done.
Yeah, ma'am.
All right. Thank you. I'll try and be snappy. Let me start with you, Pudandile. The issue of connectivity, the slide that you saw there, it talked about 700 schools done through broadband. That is mainly done through OTP, of course. So OTP leads the broadband and the fiber connectivities. For us, for the department, is to come in terms of ensuring that that somehow works and, yeah, it's functional. Now, the 3,300 is an initiative for the department. I think the HOD touched on that yesterday in her presentation when she did mention the router rollout as a way, kind of a stopgap measure again to say, once the rollout of broadband is a little bit slow for rural schools, this is then what we are putting in place, and that's then the 3,300. So the 64% that you see there, it is 64% to say inclusive of this router rollout by the department, which were currently being delivered, which is an initiative that was then started in the last financial year, and then I think the actual implementation and the deliveries are only done this year. So once OTP connects more schools, and then they will then be coming in terms of saying we then increase the percentage around that part of e-broadband. Just at the rural areas, it's a little bit slow for them to receive fiber when it comes to this one. I'm not sure if we've tried to respond. It's a pity that Ms. Nzube walked out, but that's basically the report that we actually were presenting. That's the status quo with regards to that part. The issue of the automotive study, it's a PTCC. I don't know who you were linking up, but I think from now onwards, if it's e-learning related, of course now you know who to go to. We definitely will embrace anything that will assist our schools, and in particular once it has to do with ICT. But whenever anything comes, Utatu Mulawa, who is now the chairperson here of the session, he is then another go-to person when it comes to automotive. All right. And when it comes to the different solutions, for us, look, what we have really listened to a lot of presentations thus far, and we are at a position to say we know exactly what would work for our schools, for what context, and how then we can begin to look into how do we explore, tapping into all these different solutions. The solutions that are already on the ground through our NPOs that we embrace, and they've been ticked boxes by our curriculum, colleagues, because as e-learning, whoever that comes in, we don't sit in those presentations as e-learning alone, because we're not bearers of that content. We might have been teachers, but curriculum should take a lead in terms of saying, this is correct, this is CAPS aligned, and it is correct, and this is what other ticking boxes that they would be having. So we do our own, research process, R&D those, and then check what is then going to be working in the context of our schools, of course, in a rural setting, in an urban setting, and all of. But how we wish we can have the same, across. But others are then enabled by connectivity, as you would know. The pre-service, yes, we did have someone here from WUSU. I think there was also extension to other, because our stakeholder then did extend some, invitations to some, but guess some didn't yield to the call. But we're not gonna, despair. We will continue then pursuing that. But there was another earlier engagement that was led by Umamubula. She will remember we were sitting at the institute one time. We had other higher education institutions in the room, and we did pick up that there is a gap even with them in terms of a teacher that we get is not necessarily ready when it comes to the ICTs. So, and then we emphasize and put emphasis to say, as you develop your course modules, do consider having modules that are talking to ICT integration, so that we get a teacher that is ready, and our officials that are supposed to support them in terms of e-learning in this instance are not finding it, difficult to get there. As much as our younger teacher that joins the system, they're much more ICT savvy than those teachers that have been in the gap, and they lead in the space so far. Thank you.
Thank you so much, colleagues. That will be the end. If there are any other questions for this panel, you can see us after the session. I would like to hand over now to Program Director. Thank you. We are running out of time.
That was the first one. Yeah, that was the first question. Thank you very much, panelists. Can we usher them down the podium? I want to be alone here. Ungayithatha nalento faku ndingasendifake pokothweni ngicimba iselfoni. Thank you very much, colleagues. That was very, very beautiful. Umama Sonkoisha, I think I really need to get your contact details. Ne? And I wanted you to give your cell number in this meeting so that people can be witnesses that you gave me your number. I want to follow up because it is really unlike us to not be receptive to any form of assistance that is coming our way. So without really discussing who are you talking to, it doesn't matter anymore. But we'll try to be in contact with you, and I hope that we'll be able to come up with something. We fully understand that education is a societal matter, so we cannot then begin to close doors to people who are coming to assist us. We listen to everybody. One time, and then to listen to this young chap who came to present something to us. It was about maths. And when we tried to track his qualifications, he told us that he dropped out in grade 11. And, but now he's having a solution for us, for our grade 12s. And we listened to him. We had a series of meetings up until we agreed that seemingly what he's offering is what we already have. And at that time, we really couldn't find a space where we could feature him in. So I'm just trying to indicate our level of being good listeners. We do have a listening ear. Now we're getting to this item by Umama Undobula. He is going to give us the resolution of the summit. Mr. Mfuleni, is he still around? Oh. Okay. Una double barrel now. Okay. Dokunika nje imizuzu engephi ke madam.
Wow, colleagues, this was beautiful. Can you give yourselves a round of applause? You really deserve it. I was just worried, Kaya, every time I get into the room is getting emptier by the minutes. And I was worried, but by 1 o'clock we might be all by ourselves. I'm just going to take your 10 minutes. This is the day that the Lord has made, and let us be glad and rejoice in it. Colleagues, we learned a lot during these past 3 days. I say 3 days because we started with the launch of the state-of-the-art broadcasting studio that we have at the Institute. There's information overload, Mr. Stoffel. New terminology, new ideas that we learned here. And I'd ask my team that let the presentations be shared by whoever need them through the multimedia team, Dr. Stoffel. For sometimes it's not easy to consume information when you've just heard it because it was presentation after presentation, panel after panel. And sometimes you need to sit down and reconsume this information and reflect because there's wealth of information here. I want to start by saying when Albert Einstein, a theoretical physicist, was given many awards for the good work and the many inventions that he did during his time. He said, whenever I did well, it was because I was standing on the shoulders of a giant. Colleagues, as this department, we believe we are standing on shoulders of giants with all our partners in this room and everybody that is assisting us. And I believe, as our DDG has suggested, we need to stand on all these shoulders of these giants together in terms of partnerships and collaborations for us to do better than we were doing as a department. because you have heard, as Mamukota was articulating on what we have done as a department. The challenge with technology is that it's moving very fast, because we're told before you know it, you'll be moving to the 5th industrial revolution. Briefly, colleagues, reflecting on the resolutions, there's a lot that we talked about on policy, on governance, on issues of infrastructure, on the content, that we must be content creators and consumers, the collaboration. I'm trying to summarize it. The partners and the other provinces that were benchmarking from, our communities and DBE, the misconceptions that we have also about e-learning, between e-learning and ICT. Some people don't know the difference, and others think when they are using a computer, they think they are doing e-learning, and so on and so on. And a number of pockets of excellence that we have had here. The summit highlighted the importance of developing policies, colleagues, and the government's frameworks that must support innovation and experimentation, as well as growth in the education sector that cater for all. Our participants discussed the need for accountability and transparency. Not necessarily. And the project. Okay. The summit acknowledged the digital divide that is there in order to ensure the equitable access to technology and resources we need to bridge that digital divide between our urban and rural learners and communities. We spoke a lot on infrastructure development, and the participants discussed the importance of investing in infrastructure for ICT, such as your broadband connectivity, which is led by the Office of the Premier in our province, and the reliable power supplies that we need for us to succeed in supporting education. We also spoke to accessibility. It emphasized the need to create accessible learning environments for all students, including those that have disabilities, because we need to be inclusive. We developed, the summit agreed that let us be content creators as well as consumers, but not one without the other. We develop personal and professional collection of high quality, relevant, and reliable educational resources, and collaborate with educators and learners to identify their specific needs and create content that is relevant, engaging, and culturally appropriate and age appropriate for our learners. Also promoting digital citizenry. As I said, I'm summarizing 16 slides here, colleagues, but I decided not to put them up because of the time and the 10 minutes have been given. In conclusion, as I said, we'll be sharing this information. This summit has provided a platform for all our stakeholders and us to discuss the challenges, the opportunities in education, to share experiences, and develop strategies for improving educational outcomes through technology integration. And the common goal that is shared by all stakeholders here is the success of the learner. I just want to say, we also talked to the importance of pedagogy through TPAC. The successful schools have different catalysts. The different learning styles of learners and teachers, they've been acknowledged, and you heard even our NTA winners here sharing their experiences in the classroom, as well as the private sector as our partners. We need to keep them closer for sustainability and as our drivers, because there's a huge amount of initiatives that is done by our different partners to solve the challenges that our learners have in the classroom. So as a team, Kama Mukoda and curriculum, Katatu Titi Chwagati, we're gonna reflect and take a deep breath and see how do we explore all these initiatives. But what is important, colleagues, about a summit is that we look at all the resolutions and what we have learned and the presentations and see what can we implement. What are the short-term measures that we can take to implement some of these? Because there are low-hanging fruits. There are those that need a lot of budget. There are those that will be long-term. So we'll have our short-term, medium-term, and long-term plans for implementation of most and some of these initiatives and ideas that talk to the classroom. Anything that talks to the classroom, we embrace it, colleagues. Because here we're building the 21st century learner, which is very much different from us in the times when we were learning. Lastly, colleagues, much as I know that Imbizo Group will be doing the closing remarks, but just on our side as the department, we must thank you from the bottom of our hearts, starting from the heart of the MEC, the HOD, the DDGs, myself, Mamukota, and team, for all this important work that you've done here, your contributions, your time you took to prepare, the presentations that you did, the sharing of information with us, the traveling you took, taking time away from your families to stay here for 3 days or so for the sake of the African child. Because whatever we're doing here, we're preparing and the development and the growth of the 21st century learner, because we want to skill them with the skills of a developing world. As we all agree that you have seen that the AI is having a positive disruption in our teaching and learning methodologies. We now need to come up with new policies, Mamukota. Much as in the past we said the learners must leave their cell phones with the receptionist in school, but now they are a learning tool, a very important one, but we must find ways and means of regulating that way of learning. Our colleagues from the district, we had our district directors here and cluster chief directors, our CESs from curriculum, our DCEs from e-learning, who did a lot of work with Umamukota preparing for this summit, which I believe was a resounding success. Ngesi MTBBE ke DTG ndifuna ukuthi mazenethole mathola nyengane kukudlelana. Dankie, Rialebucha. And we're saying as a province, #85, we can do it. I thank you, Chair.
Okay. I want you to do more, colleagues. I will tell you why. Let's give him a big round of applause. The reason why I wanted to do more is because she hasn't signed my PMDS as yet. So I'm just buying some favors. Maybe she can add 1 or 2 in some of the scores there, so that I can be a better performer than I am on the paper. Colleagues who are reaching this stage, we are really closing the summit, and Mr. Stofile will do the honors. But from my side, I just want to thank you for being so wonderful an audience and so understanding that to have gone up to this far. Sign language and but I want to colleagues convey the message that our comms unit would like to have a photo for all the presenters who are still around, and they will guide us where to stand, because I'm not very good at that. And again, there are some exhibition stalls down where we're going to enjoy our lunch. So we humbly appeal to colleagues that please make time to go there and just see what is there you may be interested. Thank you very much. Over to you, Mr. Stoffel. Phambili
ngu-85% phambili. Phambili ngu-85% phambili. Forward ngu-85% forward. Forward ngu-85% forward. We dare not fail. We dare not fail. Ladies and gentlemen, it's my absolute honor and privilege to come and just provide one or two reflections. The first reflection, I'm going to say, consider yourselves thanked. You know, sometimes a program director, closing remarks, and they say, I'm not going to be long, I'll just take a couple of minutes. 30 minutes later, you're still listening. I won't be one of those people. So when I say consider yourselves thanked, you've thanked yourselves, I've thanked you, everyone is thanked each other. I won't go more than that. That's number one. Number two, let me just maybe provide a reflection on what I got out of e-session over the past, over the past 2 days. Solving for the right problem is critical. I think I've got the assurance coming in to this conference. My key, call it key success factor, was whether we are going to be asking the right questions, because usually DDG, they will say, Indoba, the quality of your life is based on the quality of your questions. If you ask the wrong questions, unfortunately, the output is also going to be wrong. So I'm quite impressed and I'm quite encouraged by the fact that this session has allowed us to ask the right questions so that we are solving for the right problem. So I think you must give yourselves a round of applause for asking the right questions. I think further to that, for me, the difference this year is that, and this I think was, the breadloaf difference, as it was said yesterday, the conversation was being driven by government. I think that was the critical part. Government took ownership of the conference, because otherwise it would have been, as I said yesterday, it would have been a beauty contest whereby we are all coming up to present our solutions and we are presenting, throwing technology and all of those things, and we don't actually get to the crux of the issue. So I must also say to the department, Epondweni, well done for actually taking leadership and taking ownership of the conference and making sure that you rope in the select partners to be able, who you know are going to add value. Because again, it could have been another conference where it's a lot of partners that come in and are selling things. So I think for me that was the second part which I took. So Mamkot and everyone else, I really want to acknowledge that. I think the third component is that the conversation was so rich that it was even extended to thought leaders outside of the province. Gauteng, I think we had Mpumalanga, Limpopo, and we also reached into SADC. And we went into and also got thought leadership from Botswana. And again, I think we must thank the visionary leadership of the MEC and the department for making sure that we are able to learn outside. You see, there's this problem that you sometimes have, a support group. You know, a support group, Americans, they call it, Mr. Butler, they call it, we are drinking our own Kool-Aid and we get drunk on our own Kool-Aid. Fortunately here, what we are saying is that we're not going to get drunk on our own Kool-Aid. We're going to test Kool-Aid from other countries, from other provinces, to see how are they getting drunk, so that we get drunk not on our own supply but on their supply. I think it's very critical to get drunk in that regard, and that's the spirit that we must hold. Lastly, I think I also want to just encourage and thank. It's just a pity that our learners are not here, but it's also very important. You know, we speak about bridging the digital divide. We never speak about bridging the generational divide. Nothing about the learner without the learner. So the learners must always be part of these conversations, because they are the beneficiaries. And unfortunately, sometimes we've got the wrong people who are dinosaurs who are speaking about the technology. They call them PBTs. The youth, they call them PBTs, born before technologies. You see, we've got born before technologies who are coming to speak about AI, speak about progressive and advanced technologies, yet they are not using them. So nothing for the learner without the learner. So it's I think it's important that this does not end. That approach does not end Kule Summit, but even in those management meetings, even those meetings that you have, please let's make sure that we consult and engage with them as critical stakeholders so that they are able to shape their future and they become part of it, and there's no vacuum in terms of the generational gap. So with that, Program Director, I hope I've done the job that you wanted me to do. Thank you very much.
Colleagues, masicele umamukesa sondele. Unabantu bakuthixo ngamaxesha onke ubagcina ubanci ningaphakama kodwa endaweni zo ubagcina uzasithandazela
Let us bow our heads. Wena unguThixo, wena nguJehova. Each and every day that was created, you planned it. You knew it. You are the strategist of strategists. Jehovah, you knew that today we'll be gathered here talking about Osiam, whatever is supposed to help a child in the classroom. You are the one that gives a person ability to think, ability to know, and ability to have insight. We have discussed here, Somandla, that everything that we have discussed here, let it be implementable. Help us to have a willing heart as government officials to be able to take this strategy and let it be implementable at school level so that a child, Nkosiyami, osemqanduli, can be able to get Nkosiyami profits, zale discussions and everything that we have discussed here. All this we ask and know that we are able to do it. Your people, Nkosiyami, they are going to go to different places. We ask for traveling mercies to go to Namandla. Above all, we'd ask that Nkosiyami open the doors that we can have finances to go to Lungile to be able, Somandla, to implement this strategy. It's a good strategy. It's a strategy that can take this province into highest of high to go to Namandla. There's nothing, Nkosiyami, we can do without you, and all the help we need it from you. We ask all this in the name of the mighty Jesus. Amen and amen.
Benediction. May the grace of our Lord Jesus Christ, the love of God, and the fellowship of the Holy Spirit rest and abide with us now and forevermore. Amen. Amen.
Downstairs for lunch and VIPs kwicala labo.
Oh, colleagues, sorry. Let's follow Sis Pingi. She will guide us. Speakers will follow Mamu Pingi. They were following the same protocol for meals yesterday, in the same place, the same order. Then CFO, SLMC members, DESCO, and everybody, including our presenters, will follow Umamu Pingi. Thank you very much.